Hey, I want to welcome everybody for my for another edition of my second stream going live. This is your boy Bronze King / Homeless Tribe in the building, and today I just want to give a briefing on my tribal side. Just educate everybody as part of me being indigenous to this land and whatnot, and for all the haters out there, I hope you can keep paying attention and liking, even if you don't like and put the thumbs down. But I guarantee you, it's gonna give you some info that you probably could take with you. But without further ado, I just wanna I'm gonna go right into it. So basically, what I want to talk about, before I show everybody what's going on, is that I found out that I'm a part of my tribal heritage is called the Homish tribe, which originally started like in 1972, and they've been working on trying to get all the documentations and everything. So it's still a work in progress, but just to find out that on both sides of my family, my mom and my dad's side of the family, I have my roots traced back to that. So that was a plus for me to find out that that's part of my tribal history. But without further ado, I'm about to get into it so we can start this bill. Now, I'm going to introduce you first to where it says the Homa people are historic Native American people of Louisiana on the east side of the Red River of the South. Their descendants, the Houma people, are organizations, the United Houma Nation, have been recognized by the state as a tribe since 1972 and not yet by the federal government, which is why I was just explaining just now that we still in the process of working on that. So, according to the tribe, they have about 17,000 enrolled tribal citizens residing within 6 parish areas that encompasses 4,750 square miles. The 6 parishes are the following: St. Mary, Terrebonne, Lafourche, Jefferson, Plaquemines, and St. Bernard parishes. The city of Houma, meaning red, as the Red River, were both named after this people. Oklahoma shares a similar etymology as the root Houma means red and Chateau and related Western Massagoan language, including Houma. The indigenous Houma language is thought to have fallen out of use by the late 19th century due to the European American encroachment as a result of language shift, which began the French colonial period and trading in Louisiana. The majority of Houma people today speak Louisiana French. Basically, everybody in Louisiana speaks a mixture of Creole. That's why we're called Creole babies. And American English is also widely spoken by the community. Additionally, in light of their distinct society and isolated geography, as many as 3,000 mostly elderly people living on Houma tribal lands in the Lafourche Basin are believed to be a Mongolio speakers of French. And it normally, like, every year when we have Mardi Gras, they also have in Houma, they have their parades, which is, like I was saying in the beginning, it was sponsored by the United Houma Nation. So they have various Indian floats and whatnot. And I think it usually runs, they probably maybe have I'm gonna say probably 28 or 30 floats. And they get a decent crowd out there too. But it's not as big as it is in New Orleans, but it's because Houma is really like a little small city. And but I'm gonna go into where they're saying they'll talk about the origins. So the Houma tribe thought to be Massagoan, speaking like other Choctaw tribes, was recorded by the French explorer René Robert Cavelier, Sierre de la Selle, in 1682, as living along the Red River on the east side of the Mississippi River. Because their war emblem is the Chateau Houma, or red, I'm going to say red crawfish, the anthropologist John R. Swanton speculated that the Houma are an offshoot of the Yazoo River region's Chakamu tribe, whose name derives from Chateau Houma. Individuals in the tribe maintain contact with other Choctaw communities after settling in present-day Lower Lafourche and Terrebonne parishes. They use the waterways to harvest fish and crawfish, as well to supply their water needs for traveling. It's not certain how the Houma came to settle near the mouth of the Red River, formerly called the River of Houma, by the time of the French exploration. The Houma was settled at the site of present-day Angola, Louisiana, and I'm going to show a lot of people are familiar with Angola, because that is where they have the Angola prison out there, and also they do the Angola rodeo every year. I think it's like maybe twice out the year or whatnot. And the prisoners, they go, they do various crafts and stuff like that, and they sell it to everybody. It's like a little fair and whatnot. But as I continue, it says also in 1682, 1682, the French explorer Brinson noted in his journal that he had passed near the village of Umas. This brief mention marks the entry of the Homer into written record history. Later, explorers such as Henri de Tonti and Pierre Lemon d'Iberville gave a fuller description of the early Homer. Iberville reported the Homer village to be some 6 to 8 miles inland from east bank of the Mississippi, near the mouth of the Red River. And like if you ever get a chance to come out in Louisiana and you go visit Homer, you will see that a lot of places in Homer are still kind of like, it looks kind of like old fashioned. Like the downtown area is real small and everything's just like, it's kind of like out of date on a lot of things. But it's just like I said, it's just like the city is still kind of like, I'm gonna say, stuck back until it's still like a lot of historic things from the 1700s and 1800s that's all around the city or whatnot. So having said that, we're going to go to where it says in 1706 the Homer migrated south from the Red River regions to other areas. One account says they wanted to move closer to their new French allies concentrated in New Orleans area and away from the English allied tribes to the north. And from the 1730s to the French Indian War, 1754 to 1763, also known as the 7 Years' War, European wars were played out in North America. Numerous Native Americans bands formed protective alliances with the Europeans to deal with the conflicts. As early as 1739, the French reported that Homer, Bagaloo, and I can't really pronounce that, but they were merging into one tribe. Though the tribe remained predominantly Homer, the last remains of many tribal nations joined them for refuge. And I'm just going to go off and say that, as I trace down mostly my family history, that I have, I'm not sure if everybody knows that if you ever heard of the Neville brothers, I'm related to them. And, I found out more, when I found out more about referring to my tribe and whatnot, I also found out that my family history traces back all the way to 1779. So it's a lot that I didn't know, but what I'm learning, I'm still learning more about it. And, it's been really helpful for me on my journey to find out who I really am. And I'm gonna just go down to where it says the modern era. So by the end of 19th century, the Homer had developed a Creole language based on the French language of the former colony. The Homer French language, which the Homer people speak today, is a mix between the French spoken by early explorers and Homer words, such as Shahoo, which is raccoon. Yet Homer French language is still a French language because it can be understood by French speakers from Canada, France, Rwanda, of Louisiana. There are some differences in vocabulary. For example, chevet to say crevette, shrimp. The accent of the Homer Nation French speaker is comparable to the difference between an English speaker from the United States and an English speaker from England. Every linguistic group develops many different accents. As southern Louisiana became more urban and industrialized, the Homer remained relatively isolated in their bayou settlements, which is Homer us has a lot of bayous, which everybody goes fishing and stuff. So basically, Louisiana is being the swamp anyway. It's a lot of different bayous and stuff all over you can just go to. And the population of Homer at this time was divided among 6 other Native American settlements. Travel between settlements as made by the Pequots and the waterways. The state did not build roads connecting the settlements until the 1940s. Like the other Native American populations, the Homer, the Huma were often subjected to discrimination and isolation. In 1907, John R. Swanton, an anthropologist from the Smithsonian Intuition, visited the Homer. The Homer continued to have a hunter-gatherer type economy, which he documented depending on the bayous and the swamps for fish and game. They also cultivated small subsistence gardens. Homer members R.J. Malaire Jr. and his son J. Malaire are featured hunting gators on television programs called The Swamp People. Well, that used to come on the History Channel. I'm not sure if that still comes on or whatnot. And after white Democrats regained power in Louisiana following the Reconstruction era, they passed laws establishing racial segregation. They had previously classified the Homer and other Native Americans as free people of color and required them to send their children to schools established for the children of freedmen, which, when available, the state was slow to construct any public schools in Homer settlements. It was not until 1964, after the Civil Rights Act was passed and ended segregation, that the Homer children were allowed to attend public schools. Before this time, Homer citizens attended only missionary schools established by religious groups, which is where I can go back and say that my grandmother, she was born in 1928, and she was born in Homer, and she also would sit and tell us about all the racism that she faced growing up out there. But she was a seamstress, so, and I think like maybe I'm gonna say 15 years later, she moved to New Orleans for better, for better money and whatnot for her family. But it was like the average income when she was growing up out there, like you would make between, it was like $500 to $900, and that's a year. So they really wasn't getting paid much of nothing. And we're gonna go to where it says the federal recognition. It said that the Homer were granted land by 1790s on Bayou Terrebonne under the Spanish colony administration, which had prohibited Indian slavery in 1764. They were never removed to a reservation, and as a small tribe were overlooked by the federal government during the Indian removal period of the 1830s. As people without recognized communal land in the 20th century, they were considered to have lost their tribal status. In addition, since 1808, following United States purchase of Louisiana, state policy required classification of all residents according to binary systems of white and non-white. All Indians in Louisiana were to be classified as free people of color in state records. They were it was related to the approach of the United States slavery states to classify all children born to slave mothers and slaves, and therefore black, regardless of paternity and proportion of other ancestry. During the French colonial period in Louisiana, the term free people of color had applied primarily to people of African European descent. After U.S. annexation of the territory, and its administrators applied this term to the non-whites, including those who identified as Indian in the early 20th century, the state adopted a one-drop rule that was more stringent, classified anyone with any known African ancestry as black. Many Homer people may have mixed ancestry, but identify culturally and ethnically as Homer rather than African American, which is true. Records of these people are among regular civil parish and church records and reflect differing judicial designations rather than the lack of stability as people in the area. Since the mid 20th century, the people identified as Homer have organized politically, created a government, and have sought federal recognition as a tribe. In 1979, the Houma tribe filed its letter of intent to petition with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. A petition for recognition was rejected in 1994 on the basis that the tribe had lived in desperate settlements. Disparate settlements. The tribe submitted a response in 1996, and the Houma tribe waits for the application to be reviewed again for final determination. The Houma have been highly decentralized with communities scattered over a wide area. The tribe in southern Louisiana and the Biloxi tribe confederation of Muskogee have organized and left the United Houma Nation because of feeling too separated from other peoples. They have achieved state recognition and are independently seeking federal recognition as tribes, but have not succeeded as of 2014. And that's basically like in Louisiana, it's like a lot of things are just so slow for them to make changes to, because like I said, it's been like damn near close to over 27 years that they still trying to get recognition for being for a Houma tribe out there. So that's still been like, that's like I talked to my great uncle about it, and he's like he's one on the board. He's on the board of trying to get that to happen, and he recently did something I think earlier this year, but have yet to hear anything from too about it. But having speaked on all that, I'm gonna open up the stream, and if anybody wants to come jump on, and they have any discuss anything about your tribes or whatnot that you can share with the people, that'd be greatly appreciated. So just give me a minute. But yep, like I said, basically, it's just mostly known when you're knowing more about yourself, it opens up a whole horizon, of other things that you didn't know. And like I said, also I like to add to is that my family also was like I said, we started from like 17 traces all the way back to 1779, and I also found out, I have family that ranges from all the way from Richmond, California. I got family that's in Chicago. I got family that's in shit damn near everywhere. It's just it's so many places. But having the last name of Washington, it just spreads all over the place. So it's just crazy. It's really crazy. Then it's like I always, and I never really too much paid attention to why I was always driving up to Houma so much, and never realized that I got so much family that lives out that way. Like basically the whole Louisiana, I got so much family spread out. We got different places like we got in Terrebonne Parish. It's like a whole native area. We even have like when you go to, I'm gonna say like Slidell, Louisiana, that's like east of New Orleans, and you go towards Grand Isle, that's also like a whole bunch of Indian land and stuff that's out there too. So like I said, Louisiana has a huge history of Indian territory land for the indigenous people. But I'm gonna walk with my boy mental ninja to the panel. What's going on, fam?
I'm chilling, bro. Keep going, bro. I was listening real quick. I'm gonna give me a second. All right.
Well, that's what's up. But yeah, but definitely, like I said, we have, and I've been out there. And the only problem is like if you go out there to the Grand now, it's really just like if you they have people living the way they live out there. They still living like in a little teepee type of houses, like on the little swamp areas and stuff. So like every time you get it floods or whatever out there, they always get, they flood out, but now they build their houses up, but they'll still try. They tell them they have to evacuate whenever we get a tropical storm or whatnot. But it's like I said, a lot of places in Louisiana, you can still go back and you can go back to trace the roots and see how everything is still like. You still see a lot of stuff that's from the 1700s and stuff like that. It's like it's really, it's a lot to look at in this state. And then if you go to and we got another part called Franklinton, Louisiana, and they're real, and it's real big with a lot of historic Indian artifacts too. They have a Indian museum that's out there, and I've been out there a couple of times, and I think the last time I went I was like maybe 17 or 18 years old, but it was a lot of history that I learned being out there, and yeah, I'm gonna welcome my boy Rossett to the panel. What's going on, fam? You can hear me?
Hey, Rod, you got to unmute your mic, probably, bro.
Anyway, but shout out to everybody that's in the chat right now. I see y'all showing love.
Hey, Kurt, has any of your family or have you done that? What do you call it? Fuck, that hereditary.com type shit.
Can you
I
guys
did,
hear me?
yeah, I can hear you, but yeah, what I mostly did was I went to well, this is mostly some stuff that I learned from you're talking with my grandpa, I mean, not my grandpa, my great uncle and my auntie, and it was telling me a lot more of my history. And I did go to the site called findmypast.com too, and I looked up some stuff too. But mostly they told me a lot about it, and that's why I always kind of felt some type of connection to that city, and then to find out, that I had a lot of family that was from there, so that's why it all kind of came into play.
That's what's up. Yeah, bro, it's dope. Like so that's what my mom did, man. Like, I don't know, about 15 years ago, right? Maybe 20
Hmm.
years ago, she's got on this kick. Like when I think it was like 15, maybe 20 years ago when the hereditary thing really came out and people were doing that shit, you know what I'm saying? And she set the DNA in and stuff and they sent it back and shit. And like, my family on my mom's side has a real lengthy, I mean, historical record of where everybody came from and like stories from individuals and stuff, you know what I'm saying? Going back like 200 years and shit, probably, I think even longer, you know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? And like, my great grandmother, my mom's grandmother, her name was Deer, right? Like the animal and shit. And she was like a Native American looking. She looked like she was like, I don't know, bro. Like she had the native face and the native cheeks, and then but she had a black person. No, she was black, but she was native, but she had fucking hair like, like silky black hair and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And my mom would always tell us stories about, yeah, we're Choctaw and Coral Indian. Matter of fact, that was like the first before I even knew anything about like being black or Africa and shit. You know what I'm saying? My first
Hmm.
heritage from my family was that we're Choctaw and Coral Indian and shit. You know what I'm saying? And that our people reside and come from the southern region of we're like the Gulf and the bottoms and shit of the United States and shit. You know what I'm saying? And she would
Hmm.
tell me too that historically our genealogy in the native community or stuff, the native existence in America is black, not brown, not tan, but historically black and shit. And that always kind of baffled me because in school they show us Native Americans or Indians or
Hmm.
whatever you want to call it. They show us like these brown, like I'm brown, you know what I'm saying? They show us these kind of people and stuff, but like it really didn't add up to what like my mom was saying. So of course, I just put that to the back of my mind because I'm in school and I got to pass all these tests and stuff. My mom's telling me something that don't equal to what the school is telling me, but the school's an authority and my mom's an authority and stuff. You know what I'm saying? But so I just kept
Yep.
that shit kind of like to myself. You feel me?
Yep.
Can,
And I was
can
always
I ask
told
a
like,
Can I ask a question? I got two
yeah, go
questions
ahead.
I want to ask.
Yeah, go
Right.
ahead.
My first question, right, is do we really lost as a people amongst ourselves, right, or do we just fail to show, you know what I'm saying, to show our opposite or our uh reflection who we are?
Mm-hmm.
That's my first question. Do we really lost? Like when it comes to us as a people, do we know who we are? Or the problem is we fail, you know what I'm saying, to show our reflection who we are as a people. That's my first question. I don't know if y'all uh grasp that, if y'all understand where I'm going with it.
I think what you said, what you trying to say is that are we lost as trying to find out who we really are as a people? But like I said, well, once you find out more yourself, like I said, we are indigenous people to this earth, and like I said, once you find out more and more about your history, it opens up a whole horizon of different things that you didn't know. And I say it's like
Now
because
that
we were
where
we were the original.
where I'm going where I'm going with it is that I'm trying to ask a question, right? But I want the question to be up to y'all. Which one y'all want to answer? That's why I break it down into two phases, but it's one question because I felt like a lot of people lately asking that, saying that man, we lost as a people or we don't know who we are. A lot of things being going on. So I want to ask, is that really the problem that we don't know who we are, or the problem is that, or is the problem is the fact that we fail to, you know what I'm saying, to show our reflection, you know what I'm saying, who we really are. Because I feel like a lot of us w- deep down we know who we are, but when it comes to, to pour it out, to show, you know what I'm saying, the next person or our reflection or our oppression, or however you wanna put it, when it's come to show them what is it that, you know what I'm saying, we stand for or we talking about or we trying to portray. And we I feel like that is the problem because you know what I'm saying, everybody can go within, you know what I'm saying, and know that all right, we know what it is, you know what I'm saying. But where we clash is when we're trying to tell somebody, man, this where I stand.
But I'm gonna
That's
answer
why
your
I said
first. But I'm gonna
go
answer
ahead.
the first question you asked, and like I said, I was gonna say, well, we have to find out more who we are, and like I said, no matter what nationality that you choose to say that you are, but it's like you find more and more about your family history that you didn't know nothing about, and it was hidden from you. And like I said, I always had a feeling that I knew I had a tribal side of my family, but when I had to, I couldn't really figure out exactly which part, which tribe it was. So it's been like a learning curve for me to understand that, and it's like, and even other parts, I got still a lot more things I'm learning about myself on my journey
I
that
mean,
I've been through.
that,
So,
that's true. That's a 100. I don't want you to think that what you're saying is not 100, but it's just the fact that what the question that I was asking, I feel like as a people we have a bigger problem as finding when it comes to tribe. Let me put it down like that, right?
mm-hmm,
Uh, when you have in your house, right? Your house belong to your family, right? You know
mm-hmm,
what I'm saying? So when it come outside of your family, you're not gonna go down to the details and tell somebody outside your family, hey man, I'm really talking about my room. You know what I'm saying?
mm-hmm,
You're not going to the because I feel like when you dismiss everything else in your house and only talk about the room or the kitchen or the bathroom, I feel like that took away from your family and that lets you uh uh that makes you vulnerable. You know what I'm saying? You know how they say
mm-hmm.
that, hey man, don't get if you isolate somebody, you know what I'm saying, then you could catch that motherfucker, you know what I'm saying, by himself. So I feel like that's why they kind of like trying to have us divided. We all know as a whole, man, this is our shit, but they trying to make us like fight over like, you know what I'm saying, the which where we belong and which and that, and when the real problem is we already know if outside of somebody come in the family basically know, because we are family. We know where we sleep. We know where we eat. We know how to take care of ourselves when it's come to us. But it's the fact that somebody, you know what I'm saying, come in and telling you what to do. That's when the problem comes. So now that somebody already come in and the problem is here, and we fail to realize it's the person that comes in that causes the problem, and we over here dealing with the problem amongst ourselves. That's
And,
why I said that the problem to me, I feel like, is not us not
and,
knowing who we are or not
yeah,
knowing what the fuck we are.
and here's another
And
thing too, though, Rock. Here's another thing too,
but
Rock. Because like Louisiana also has a huge history of the Haitians that they always seem to deny and talk about too. Because, like I said, by the French and Creole and whatnot, they never want to mention too much anything about the Haitian history that was in this, that's still in this state as of right now. New Orleans has a huge population of Haitians that nobody really knows about.
I feel like the thing is, I feel like not that nobody really know. I feel like us as a people fail to show the world. You know what I'm saying? It's not that
Hmm.
we don't know. Us as a people, we know about it, but we so divided. We fail to show the world that what it is. That's why I said that the problem is not is not about not knowing. It's about failing to show. You know what I'm saying? What we know.
Wait, I mean, you still have like a group of you still have people that choose not to want to know and ignorant to knowing. So I can't say that they're divided for not knowing, but it's just like you present the history to somebody. Like if I'm going on the street right now and I'm gonna present everything I'm saying right now to somebody on the street, you might have a handful of people that's gonna say, "Oh, I didn't know this or know that," or they be like, "Man, see this nigga full of shit. I ain't trying to hit on this shit." But at the same time, like I said, it's like it's to me, it's that some people are receptive to want to know about it, and some just don't give a fuck. That's what I mean. It's like they just want to keep staying in that same hole, don't want to come out of it.
Hey,
Now
can I say something?
I do understand, but what I'm saying is that the problem is not a family problem, it's a outside family problem, Of course, like in a family, some people not going to be updated to everything, but eventually we know his family, they're going to get to the bottom of it. They're going to get to know it. So we're not more concerned about that. We know it's a matter of time. What we're concerned about, what I'm saying, is the fact that uh basically somebody is outside, you know what I'm saying, is twisted things in a way that you fail, you know what I'm saying, to even show what's going on. You know what I'm saying? It's not even to, or even to let them know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? So the problem is
Hmm.
not the fact that we don't know, is that you can't really let them know or show them what's going on.
Like,
Right.
the way I kind of look at it, is that, are we like, I have to ask for myself, like, do I want to know? And if I want to, that's one thing. But am I willing to know? Because will, and want are two different concepts and stuff. If I want something, I kind of already have in mind what it is that I want. You know what I'm saying? And if I will, that means kind of open. That means I'm kind of open towards, that path might go to a trajectory that I wasn't anticipating and shit. You know what I'm saying? So like when it comes down for me, like knowing my history and stuff, if like I kind of look at like through the educational system and the way we're taught up in the family unit and the idea of the nature of the word tribe, which pretty much means a close bond or a sense of unity to a certain group, that may limit me to exploring outside that group. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm only, looking for my history as far as people that are black, then I may not see the Asian side, the fucking
Hmm.
Caucasian side, the South American side and stuff, when it's like, why don't I
Hmm.
just follow the bread trail? You know what I'm saying? Follow the path and see where it leads. If it branches off to two or three paths, then what I should do is I should mark my path, continue down one path, traverse that path for a while, and then retrace my steps and and go back to the split and then go down another path and stuff because all the paths are connected and stuff. All the trees are connected. All the branches are connected to the one tree. The root of the tree and stuff, and the roots connected to the earth, and the earth connected to everything else around it, and so it's all one connected system, And it may come down to it like, am I trying to find out my history so I can assert some form of mechanical dominance over other people and claim that they
Hmm.
don't know their history because their history doesn't sound like what I found in mine, or am I still open minded to the fact that they may say something, they may bring something to the table that might shed some light on my own history and stuff. Because in the end of the day, we're all one people, we're all one planet, we're all
Mm-hmm.
one race. So, like, just like Kurt said, we are all indigenous to Earth. You know what I'm saying? I don't think there's anybody who's not indigenous to Earth, because that kind of defines the fucking structure of being human and stuff, you know?
Exactly. And like I said,
Well,
it's
I
like,
think, well, when you look at it, I think whether it's bad or good, I do wanna know. If the fire gonna burn me, I wanna know. So I won't put my hands on it, or so I won't use it wrong and get burned. And if I could use the fire to make some food and feed myself, I wanna know. So either way, we wanna know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The don't
mm-hmm.
wanna know is the don't wanna know is somebody else, that wanna impose that on you. So they could have control on you. That's how I look at it. And period.
Right, right. I'm gonna add, but I'm gonna say like, see, like in my family, I'm gonna say like on my mom's side of the family, it's like a lot of history they just refuse to want to learn about. It's like we're just like a circle that we have right now. That's all they want to know of. It's like anything else that's outside of that, they didn't really too much cared about. But as I go on my dad's side of the family, it's like I have learned more and more about who's who, and because we do like every other week, we're doing like a whole family reunion on Zoom, and it's like my auntie, she's just basically showing us pictures and giving us a history on everybody that was in the family, and that's when I learned. That's when I learned so much. Like she said, when she was showing me pictures from like how some of my people look in the 1700s and stuff like that. And I was like, I thought I was at to the point I thought my people was just ranging from like the 1860s and stuff. To find out I got some people that from the 1770s and shit like that. That shit really put like, excited me on that.
You
Hey,
see,
you know, it's
the thing about it, me, like I would always know deep down, my DNA or my blood that went down from the beginning of time. If there was a beginning of time, the problem with me is a matter of realizing of putting it to put the puzzle together of how, you know what I'm saying, I get to where I am, and I understood that is and how that is the whole purpose why we're talking about tribe. What is the purpose of tribe, right? The purpose of tribe is the whole purpose of you having a body. You see, your body made of different parts, and they all
Mm-hmm.
gotta come together in order for your body to, you know what I'm saying, to be one and work together. And that's what we are as a people. You know what I'm saying? And you have or you have some type of entity or whatever how you want to look at it outside of that tribe or that body or that entity that don't want it to be together. The whole point is 6 feet apart. You know what I'm saying? Or we can't be together, whatever, all that shit. They don't want us, you know what I'm saying? They don't want the connection to happen. So that the whole purpose of us, like, you know what I'm saying, going back to our tribe, is to realize that, okay, if I'm planning to be connected to that tribe, then I need to really connect it to them, you know what I'm saying, physically and or spiritually, and get, you know what I'm saying, and get all the memories I can and the feeling and the emotion, you know what I'm saying, so I could get all the deja vu, you know what I'm saying, basically remember myself, you know what I'm saying, put myself back together and do it everywhere. But if we just gonna just say, okay, I'm connected from that tribe, but we're not really going to do that, you know what I'm saying, is never gonna work. We're not gonna stick together. We're gonna forget again. We're gonna forget we came from over there again because there was no emotion attached to it or no feeling attached to it.
You know what? Since you was talking about that, like, this how I kind of look at it. Just what you were talking about, Russette, is, like, you got the story about behind the myth or whatever of Osiris, right? And he gets tricked by his brother Set. You know what I'm saying? It's the coffin or whatever, and then later on he tricks him again and he cuts him up and he dismembers him and hides his body all over the fucking earth and shit. And Isis has to go find him and shit and puts them all back together, but she was missing that one part, which was the phallus, the dick, right? So she made one out of gold and shit. And the thing is, the gold don't never tarnish and shit. It can never be corrupted and shit in its pure sense, in its pure state, right? So it's kind of like, if we're like all replaying the idea of that myth of Osiris and stuff, is like being we were dismembered as far as like not just the body physically, but the organic body of the organism, like you're talking about, the world universal collective organism and stuff. And maybe the whole goal is to be remembered, is to remember, and I mean remember, put back together what seems to be a shattered and lost history and stuff. But the thing is, consider that our very individual existence, Kurt, Rob, your existence is the biggest puzzle piece that aligns all the other puzzle pieces in order for that quest to be accomplished and stuff. So like if we're gonna look, it's like, you know, Kurt's looking into a certain tribe and stuff. He's found a clue. Now he may follow that clue until he finds it. He may pass by 30 other clues and stuff that don't stand out as much as one other clue, and he sees this clue and he goes into another fucking path which might bridge into like South America or Ethiopia or the Caucasus Mountains or China or Australia or some shit, you know what I'm saying? And he
Mm-hmm.
more passing. The thing is he's learning about his heritage, but just like you said, it's like I didn't know my family goes back past the 1800s and shit. Like the 1700s kind of blew my mind, almost as if to say like one day one of your ancestors crawled up from out of a rock. You know what I'm saying? Like every one of us in the chat, on the panel, we all go back to the fucking first conception. We are all connected directly to that. And it's just a path of maybe not going forward, but
But that's
going
the thing. Let me
backwards.
cut you off right quick, man Ninja. That's the thing. We all to say I didn't know I was going back to the 1800. To me, that's a concept I wouldn't be able to understand. But
Yeah.
if you said I didn't know how I was connected, you know what I'm saying, back to the 1800, then I'm gonna understand that reason. But when you say you didn't know, to me, I just can't understand it because I feel like all is connected, you know, and energy we know it can't destroy, it only transforms. So that's why I need to say, like, you know, like even the live bro did the other day, you probably need to realize how a caterpillar transform into a butterfly, but you can't say you didn't know a caterpillar transform into a butterfly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You know, at the same time too, like with that, like why do I want to know? That like may be the biggest question because there may be some things that I don't want to fucking know. You know what I'm saying? And why don't I want to? Do I not want to know it? Because I may be perceiving things or have some sort or some limited belief in my mind that when this information is brought to me, I'm going to react. I'm going to respond in a pretty much negative anti format and shit because cognitive dissonance sets in, and I don't want to, and contempt prior to investigation sets in, where I don't want to, you know, put this piece in because I don't like the way this piece looks. I don't know what this piece is telling me about my own history because again, I'm connected directly to that piece. Matter of fact, I wouldn't be here without that piece. You know what I'm saying? So when I go into this searching, for me, it can be hard sometimes, but it can be easy sometimes to free myself completely from the lust of result and just engage in the opportunity to seek out and search something so deep within my inner core that seems to come from outside of me that may be it may appear as something extremely confusing. And let's say that, you know, I fucking trip out and I fight or flight kicks in, I fight the idea or I flee from it, I may miss out on something that's heavily important to the building of this, the remembering of who I am and stuff. And like another thing is like, you know, the me that's me, self, it can't be self without other. Inside cannot exist without outside. So I need to be in a position where I can realize that if it's going to be about me, it has to be about everybody else because where am I going to find the information I need to know if it's not going to come from somebody else? Now in my mind I'm like, well, that person has to have a nose like me or a fingertip like me or the same last name or has to be in the family tree or we have to have a picture. Like, how do you know that a person that's not recorded in what you call your family history isn't part of your family history when we're all human? You know what I'm saying? And that's like the
Mm-hmm.
lowest common denominator. I would say that we are all in so look, and then also too, some of us may not want to fucking find out. They, you know, they just may not want to. And shit, I think that goes back to your original question, is like, are we did we forget, or you know what I'm saying, or do we just not want to know and shit? And I think that
You're right about some of us may not want to know, and that's because of fear. But when you understand what fear is really is, you know, you would wanna know. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like when somebody is sleeping, you know, they wanna sleep. You know what I'm saying? They don't wanna wake up. But you know what I'm saying? So
Exactly.
it's not the fact that what you're saying is not true, but what I'm saying is that is the fact that somebody imposed it. You know, it's coming from outside of you. You ain't doing it willingly. It's not like you saying that, hey right now, right now I just want to have some free time. You know, like how you just went through something, and then you're like, man, I need a split, or I need a cigarette, or I need a drink, or whatever. You're doing it. That's not. It's not happening like that. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you just decide to say, oh, I don't want to know. It's the fact that you just don't know, and you're wondering why you don't know.
Hey, you know what? This is, and we see we're having this conversation, but 1,000 years from now, there's gonna be some motherfuckers wondering about us, and we may not even be on the radar and shit. Just imagine that. Like this thing is retroactive; it goes both ways and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And like the idea of the missing link, well, we're talking evolution is like some fucking half monkey, half fucking nigga, right? But maybe the missing link is me connecting myself to all this is going on around me. Like, why am I here? What
The
is here?
fact that
What
you
is going
want,
on?
but you miss the point that the fact that you're wandering around, or probably some motherfuckers 1,000 years that's gonna be wondering about us, prove that we want to know. We want to know. Is the whole reason why we on the platform having a conversation, because we want to know. You know, the whole reason that why we don't know, we wondering, is because of an implosion that's coming, or an invasion that coming outside of us.
Right. Hey, I don't mean to cut y'all off, but I just want to show everybody a picture of some of the baby doll Indians we have in New Orleans, and they always, they always from every year for Mardi Gras, they always dress up. But if y'all could just take a look at it and see these are some of the these are some we call it baby dolls, and these are some of the I forgot what, I'm not sure what tribe they are, but I know that they always they come with some nice designs and stuff for Mardi Gras every year. And it's like if you go up in if you come to New Orleans, and we have an area we call, it's called the Sixth Ward, and it's called Tremate, and that has a lot of that goes back to a lot of history with a lot of Indians in that area too.
And to go back to some me saying is somebody that don't want us to know. Remember, you just said that all these people are your tribe, right? And you said they have some beautiful things. So of course you will wanna, you know what I'm saying, know what, you know what I'm saying, what's belong to your heritage, you know. But it's still there. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure it's still there. You have their descendants still there living with us today. But the reason why, I mean, the thing is, we have the government, that separate us. So in order to get to them, we have to go to different things. That's why I said that when we realize how we connected to these people, or to our people, or to our aspect of ourselves, we should really do that emotionally and physically. You know what I'm saying? So the memory is there, the emotion, the feeling is there. So we could have all our deja vu, and we could still have our connection. Meaning, it's still our allies. You know what I'm saying? We don't stay isolated like we are today. That's why I forgot on who live I said whenever we're ready to flip this thing, to get out of what we are, we going back to our root, because our people is still there living today. We just separated from them. We just don't know how to connect to them, but they're still there outside of civilization.
Oh, we can see it now, bro.
Oh, all right. Yeah, so these are some of the pictures, that they dress up for Mardi Gras every year. But like I said, it's like a real we have a real rich Indian group that's in the Sixth Ward of Tremade, New Orleans.
Man, we still dressed like that today for Carnival in Haiti.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
You know what? I think one of the problems too is like maybe as an organism, we're continually doing our best to separate ourselves. Like my index finger tries every day, all day to separate itself from the hand, right? When the four
Not true.
fingers work together, and the only digit that's in opposition to all the fingers, the only digit that's the only part of the body that's in opposition to any part of the body is the human thumb. That is the only part of the back separates us from every species on the planet, is because we have what's called the opposing thumb. You know what I'm saying? However, that's how things work together with an opposition. And the thumb has a bigger muscle because it's connected to that fucking look, that fucking drumstick looking muscle in your palm and shit. it can extends into the palm and shit. Has the most um
Bro, opposite repel, bro. Opposite repel. If our fingers work against each other, we wouldn't be able to grab things. We wouldn't be able to use them together.
yeah.
I think
So
they just they in the right place. You know what I'm saying? They're just the way they are. Just like there is space between you and your woman, but y'all need that connection in order to bring a baby. Y'all
yep,
not really separate. It's just the illusion. You know what I'm saying?
it's the
Because y'all need that connection.
yeah, it's the appearance and the belief in what the nature of opposition is. When we look at opposition from like a dogmatic and superstitious sense as like this pure evil, that would mean that the thumb is in itself evil. The Greeks looked at the thumb as being when it says man, God has set Himself against man, they viewed the thumb as God. They really did, bro. In their like in their biological, saying mythology and shit. You know what I'm saying? But like if we have this opposing thumb that's against the four fingers of the hand, right? Well, let's reflect that into society and existence. Like if it is the government that's doing it, that's opposing our ability and negating our ability to seek and find the true nature of ourselves, that puts together a fucking game of offense and defense and shit. Now we have a new system and shit. You know what I'm saying? So maybe the governments, maybe the things that seem to be opposing are really operating exactly like the thumb. So once we have the polarity of duality of good and bad or for and against, then we can actually grab onto things. Now we can find our own balance, our perspective or position within the grand scheme of things. Because in the end of the day, the thumb is opposed to the other fingers, but that's how we're able to pick things up and use hammers and shit. But it's the mind that uses the thumb and the fingers and shit. So it may be
But
all.
let me say this, mental ninja. You gotta remember, negative or devil have a negative side. So when we said as above, so below, is not really a dual aspect. It's really a quadruple aspect.
Yeah.
You know, we forget as within, so without. You know, so when you look at the numbers, you know, you got the numbers just neutral, and then you got the numbers positive, and when you got the negative numbers also, you got them in neutral and you got them in negative also. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
So we can't it's not the fact that the opposite, you know. So opposite is, like I said, opposite is what it is setting itself is is a dual aspect. So it working together. Opposite attract. Uh, opposite side. You know what I'm saying? They would repel. You know what I'm saying? So like attract like. You know what I'm saying? So in one side you got all your fingers. You know what I'm saying? They attract each other. That's why you could connect them together. They like magnet. You know what I'm saying? On the other side again, you got the same thing, which is like it is the opposite, but it's also a dual in itself. You know what I'm saying? It's also have its own thing. You know what I'm saying?
No, I got you. I got you perfectly. It's like, just like what you said is like it's quadruple, and really, it's like it may be like this. It may be zero, and we talk about mitosis and meiosis. May be zero, then it may be two, which is duality, which is positive, negative, or for and against, right? And then from two, it goes to the quadruple, which is four. But then from four, it goes to eight, from 8 to 16, from 16 to 32, from 32 to 64, and it's like that's exactly how fucking all cells, atom cells into biological fucking organisms all reproduce and multiply. That's exactly how we're born, from zero, from two making zero or making one, and it reflects and goes both ways. So like,
Okay, all right. So now since you put it like that, so you understand when we're talking on the dual aspect, we're not mixing it with the negative. We're just talking about the dual aspect of positive. You know, just like if you're talking about negative, then you're talking about the dual aspect of negative. You know, that's why I kind of put it separate. You know what I'm saying? So the Most High itself is a dual aspect. You know what I'm saying? Neutral
uh,
and high. You know what I'm
it
saying? And
would
the
be it
devil
would be
itself is a dual aspect.
it would be dual and all and none. It would have to, like, honestly, I think it would have to be all the aspects that can come from the original aspect would all be incorporated in a continuation of like basically a recreation, a
Well,
regenesis. Like,
I don't consider the Most High to be the all. I consider the Creator to be the all. You know, when I'm talking about in the aspect of the Most High is where it's all more dense at. You know,
yeah,
so so if it's more dense at right there, then that means it's less dense somewhere else. So it's not everything. You know,
but at the
it's not
same
the
time too,
totality.
Like being less dense is basically an opposition of being more dense. So if anything's to be dense to a certain degree, it's going to have a degree higher than that and a degree lower than that, and even
Mm-hmm.
possibly a degree to the left and right and diagonal for it to
It's
have
just
its
that's why I
position.
said that's why I said that's why I said the Most High itself is a dual aspect, is neutral and high. Just like
You know,
the negative is neutral and low. You know,
so like we have this concept right in Thelema. It's called, and it's I think it's fucking beautiful, man. It's like a science in a phrase. It's for I'm divided by love's sake for a chance at union. And it's like basically is a math problem. It's like telling you that a squared plus b squared equals c squared. Like, why are things divided? Just so they can be brought back together. And matter of fact, it's almost like they are brought together through the act of division because it's part of how they work them with each other and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So like, especially when we're talking about like controlled opposition or opposing or somebody trying to keep the information from us, that almost constitute like how the game is designed to be played. Otherwise, if there's no fucking friction, then there's no inertia at that point. You know what I'm saying? If there's no up,
but it's
there is
because
no down.
it's because that's what it is, bro. Each 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 container or each body, have its own field. You know what I'm saying? So everything have a expansion reach. You know what I'm saying? So when you go to the positive, it expands to a certain limit, and when
Mm-hmm.
you go to the negative, it expands to a certain limit. So it's like two circles. You know what I'm saying? They their own separate things. So they're own trying to preserve their own thing. You know what I'm saying? It's just like us and female. We have our own thing, our body, or our the way we do things, and they have their own thing. We all trying to be, hey, I'm a man, and the female trying to be, hey, I'm a female. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah, and like even going back with with the searching of like the individual's history, it's like okay, so just like how you said, it's two, but it's quadruple. So to know self, I gotta know the not self, right? Because I can't
Mm-hmm.
be self without not self, and not self doesn't mean people I could walk in and meet and stuff. It could even imply the not self of the future and the not
Hey,
self of the past.
that's why I say either way you wanna know, brother, because of what you
Yeah.
just said. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it's like, and that's the beauty of it, man. Because like, yeah, we're getting to know our ancestors, but like at the same time, we are the fucking ancestors. Right now, we are
Exactly.
ancestors in real fucking time and shit. You know what I'm saying? And maybe we might be looking back in the past so we can figure out how can we send a message into the fucking future. When I go to look in Vegas, we got this place called Sloan Canyon, right? And it's got like
Mm-hmm.
10,000 petroglyphs. And I went out there for the first time. I swear to God, I understood them. I felt like they were messages from me to me from a long ass time ago and shit. You know what I'm saying? And I go to fucking like the Valley of Fire, and they got like one special petroglyph, like it's like fucking protected and shit. And it's the same type of shit. And if you look at petroglyphs all over the world, you'll see the spirals, you'll see like little squares with the little checkerboards and stuff, the little spindly snake looking niggas, the little fucking niggas with horns and shit, whatever. And it's like maybe that's what the whole game is through reflection, is to find yourself in the reflection and become the reflection. That may be why we're
Hey,
so
that's
interested. Go ahead.
that's the key. That's the key right there. That's what I was about to say. We are not the ancestors, but we can be the ancestors because of what you just said. We have to find it. You know what I'm saying? We have to find it, and we have to understand that we are every. You see, in Haiti, Haiti is divided. I always say that it's divided into half. You have the capital. You know what I'm saying? That they think like Western people, and you have the other side that
Hey,
think like
Rock.
kind of African and ancient people. Go
Hey,
ahead.
hey, Rock. Hey, Rock. I wanted to ask you. So you said when y'all divided in Haiti, does that mean like when it's divided between the Haitians and the Hondurans,
Well, I would say the mulattoes.
mulattoes? Okay.
So basically, you have one that think like Western people, like how we think, and the island, basically the New World, and you have the other half that kind of think like the ancient world and African people, and how basically we do things as in the ancient world. You know what I'm saying? So, uh, damn, I kind of lost my train of thought, but where I was going with it when I say divided, but y'all could get it. I know it will come back to me.
Yeah, I wanted to add to what you were just saying about that in Haiti because, like I said, when I worked with a lot of well, you call them mulattoes or Hondurans or whatever, but I worked with a lot of them, and then they told me, they would always tell me that it was always a divider between them and Haitians and stuff because I don't know, it was like they say it was more, it felt like it was more racist towards y'all or whatnot, but I don't know. That's just what I had different perspectives of what some people told me, but it's like I'm just basically looking in the mirror because we all just it was the same, it's almost the same people anyway. I mean, same color and stuff.
But the thing about it, you see that story in the Bible, right? Where
Hmm.
I think it was Jacob and Isaac, where
Hmm.
Jacob had one of them had to dress like the other one in order to steal one's blessing.
Hmm.
That's what's happening to us in real life with the mulattoes. Well, that's what the enemy did. In order to steal with our blessing. Meaning that the mulatto is the dress for them. You know what I'm saying? So we when we see the mulatto, we think it's us. That's what happened to the father. You know what I'm saying? He was like, damn, the body is my son, is my true son, but the voice is kind of different. So that's what's happening. The mulattoes, the body they look like us, but the spirit is different.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They don't think like us or do things like us. That's why Haiti is divided the way it's divided. Because we're the first tribe that come together. That understood what's the purpose of tribe was. You know what I'm saying? And when we stood against the oppressor or the enemy or the invader, however we want to call it. When we stood against them and we won. Because they didn't give us nothing or they didn't let us off the hook. We whooped their ass and we won. We stood up. And when that happened, we understood that it was connected, and we were trying to connect it all back together. You know what I'm saying? And basically, they when the oppressor understand that's what's happening, so that's when he come with the dress. That's when he come with the middleman, the mulatto, or however we want to look at it, and then they set the emperor up. You know what I'm saying, and killed him. You know what I'm saying, and ever since, the spirit of the people understood that something was wrong with these people. You know what I'm saying, that pretend to be us, that look like us, and we just stay divided, and ever since.
Yeah, because I also read too. It's like they say the only reason why mulattoes they felt some type of way against the Haitians is because they forced them to speak a Spanish language in order for them to get, I guess, like get their independence or something like that. I'm not too sure if that's accurate or not. You know anything about it, Rob?
See, I don't know what I know about the mulatto is that they have a problem, with their creator. You see Tamahu, right? Tamahu means the created one, right?
Hmm.
Tamahu is the mulatto people. It's not really white people, however they want to look at it. You know what I'm saying? So Tamahu, which is the created one, they have the problem with the creator. So because they have the problem with the creator, you know, uh, they they not higher than the creator, so they only take their anger, what I'm saying, on us. You know what I'm saying? So from the jump, they was always fighting to be equal, you know what I'm saying, with
Hmm.
white people. You know what I'm saying? And white people wasn't giving them that. You know what I'm saying? And white people in any type of way, white people was gonna give them any type uh of type of free or freedom or whatever heritage is if they did what white people asked them to do to us.
Hey,
And
you know what?
because they connected to us, we have emotion and feelings for them. You know what I'm saying? We always, like how you always have one bad friend, he's a bad friend, but because he's your friend, you have a soft heart for him. This is how we feel for them. That's why we always like, man, we all the same. But truly, you know what I'm saying, the spirit is not. But go ahead.
Hey, hey, you know what? Since you were talking about mulatto, right? So like, I always when I hear a word that I've always thought I knew the understanding to, or you know what I'm saying, I gotta look it up just to make myself, just so I can test myself, right? And I just realized mulatto was like fucking a bad fucking name and shit, bro. It basically means like the offspring of a person who's European and African or black, right? And it means like mixed breed. Well, I'm gonna read it. Literally, young mule from mulo, meaning mule, which is like half horse, half donkey, right? Possibly in reference
Wow.
to hybrid origin of mules. Look, literally a half ass. That's fucked up.
Is bigger than that. That's really the lowest form of it and the newest term of it. But it is really more bigger than that. Is go more into the outside people, that considered to be people from the Caucasus Mountain and come in contact with the indigenous people of everywhere here. That was
Hey,
already everywhere.
and the thing too, like I can see like how making like when Europeans they come to like the Caribbean and shit, and they start interbreeding with the natives in that area, which from my understanding were like they were all kind of different ethnic looking people, whites, Asiatic, blacks, including the native brown skin or whatever that could be, deduced as. And if you interbreed with these people, you're basically creating a class of people that you can exploit and say you're not fucking real people. You're like half people and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And then you can
But
make
that's not
them.
true. That's the illusion of it because in reality, you see, and that coming from me, right? That's
Yeah, yeah,
coming from me. If I would have to put said who Jesus was historically, Jesus would have to be a mulatto, you know. And if I would have to say the creator or the word, or the word would have to incarnate into a human form. It would have to be a hybrid between
yeah,
both. Uh, you know what
Hmm.
I'm saying, between the both. So I felt like mulatto is a gift and a curse, and because of the spell, they're under the curse. But when they wake up, it's gonna be a gift.
Yeah,
yeah, bro. Go ahead,
I just
Kurt.
wanted to say something too. Like my like for instance, I know my grandmother. She was like how you would say the Creole color of the brown paper bag or whatnot. That's the color she was, and a lot of my previous aunties and my cousins, they were the same colors too. So I'm
My
like,
grandmother was too a
and it was
mulatto.
like, and she really, like I said, she really like. Reason is she didn't too much like it because she didn't like how they were treating her brothers and sisters because all of them were like a darker color than her. So it was like it was just basically her and her sister that was the same color. But she always felt that if it wasn't for one, if you didn't like one, you wasn't gonna like none of us. So that's why she felt that way. That's the thing I loved about my grandma was the fact that she never wanted to single she if somebody wanted to sing her out because she was a certain color and her family couldn't be there, it wasn't going to happen. So she never put up with this shit.
You know what? Hey, I'm glad Ross said that shit. That shit is fucking sparked a fire in my mind. Jesus was the first mulatto, nigga. That shit makes so much motherfucking sense, bro. If he's divine in nature and his dad is like an invisible God thing and his mom is a human, that nigga mixed nigga, dog. I don't feel so bad, nigga, because I'm
Hey,
black,
you
right?
cut
Mm-hmm.
that shit, my nigga. You right? You
Hey,
cut that, right?
hey,
Hey, I'm
because look,
telling you, man.
hey, Sticky
God,
Fingers on the Onyx album, All We Got Is Us. There's one song I think it's called Ghetto Mentality. That nigga
Mm-hmm.
said, he said, it's a conspiracy. I've been framed. They call me nigga so much. I started to think it's my name. He said, I'm light skinned and ashamed. I was like, damn, nigga. Because like we play the division game within our own. Like, back in the days, oh, I got Indian in my blood. Females love saying that shit when they got
Mm-hmm.
Eve, they say they got so like their hair is good. Like your hair being good makes you a good person. Your hair being good, like that makes you fucking. You never miss a jump shot. That you never get a fucking C or a B on your test scores and shit. You know what I'm saying? And so like when he's talking about the division in Haiti, which I is that's still going on, right? You guys, you're like Haiti and Dominican Republic or something like that.
yeah, but Haiti, but yes, that's correct. But you got Haiti in itself is divided, meaning that
Okay.
you got one half of the people that's still connected to the ancient world. That's why uh, it. There's a lot of things that's happened to the spooky. They don't need a spooky to me, like reincarnation or talk to the dead or certain things or talk to the spirits or angels or whatever. To me, these things are real because you could. I personally can take trip and talk to people that's really doing these things. So that's why I said when, and I know, and because of me just doing research for myself, and I know that's not only happening in Haiti because we are everywhere as a people, you know. So is happening right here in front of us in America and the States, and it's happening in the South also, and African everywhere. Is the fact that the government disconnect us from that, you know, and make us abandon them. Whenever we're ready, we're going to connect back to them and give us the knowledge that we have, and they're gonna give us the knowledge that they have, and we're gonna flip this thing over. Period.
Hey, that's some serious shit because like we see it done on a island. They split the island in two, but then in each individual split, we talking about that quadruple. There's even further splits, right? And then we can go deep into it, right? You got okay, like we got Nevada, right? Split to a bunch of different counties, split to a bunch of different cities, split to a bunch of different towns, and in the town you got split to different sides: east, west, north, south. Then you got fucking within the east, west, north, south, you got streets. You know, Donna Street in Northtown ain't down with fucking, another street in Northtown and shit, right? And then within that street, you got houses that are split. And one household may be against another household that's either next door or across street or down the street on the next street, right? Within a household,
Mm-hmm.
you still got the split of some family members are put on a higher pedestal than other family members. And then within the family member itself, the individual, there's equally a split of like the self and the unseen self, who I want to be, who I think I am and shit. You know what I'm saying? And that almost looks like in a reflection, bro, that aspect of God and shit. You know what I'm saying? And I'll say this, that shit might not be the aspect that we need to look at. We may need to be looking at what Kurt brought the panel for was looking to connect and shit. You know what I'm saying? Finding the
And I think
division and connecting it.
Yeah, find the
I
common
think I
ground.
remember. I think I remember what I wanted to say when I said Haiti is divided, and when I said that when we are not the ancestors, but we can be the ancestors, meaning that that's why I brought up that Haiti was divided. So you have certain group of and people of Haiti, that know how to share, this body, with the ancestors. You know what I'm saying? So when that's why I said that we can be the ancestors, meaning that we can let the ancestors share this body with us. You know what I'm saying? So we be them at the same time. You know what I'm saying? But also we could just choose to just be in the present, you know what I'm saying, and not and don't doesn't exist, you know what I'm saying? And with that, we not the ancestors because they're not influencing us.
And that's I wanted to add something too. Like what Mental Ninja was saying earlier about with the good hair and shit. 'Cause, like I remember when I was in middle school and um they had this nigga that was in the class with me and him and his sister, and it was like his parents were so racist, but it was like, well, if you don't hang around people that have good hair and stuff like that, then they can't be your friends and shit. And like that's what kind of like it seemed like a complex to me because I was like, I thought we was gonna be me and him was cool and everything. And when I heard his mom say that to him one day when she was picking him up from school, I was like, well, damn. I see. So it's all about the hair and shit now. So it's like you really gotta have the good hair just to be accepted and shit like that now. And I was like
Oh,
around, I think like about 11 or 12 years old or some shit like that.
But what is good
yeah,
here though? Because what is good here and what is here? Because I
Right.
think I think our hair is our antenna. And if you're talking
Mm-hmm.
about a good hair, it's supposed to be the hair that put in the best information. You know what I'm saying? I,
yeah,
Cause
it's
like
because
it was
God,
left like they would always call you like nappy head and shit like that. But like I feel like until I learned, how hair is our antennas to the sun and whatnot. So it's important that you have that. But like I said, it was like being a kid and you not knowing what you know now, and it kind of felt like it made you feel some type of way, and like knowing that their parents was lost for teaching their children that, and the kids never really felt that way. It's like you put like a distinction between two people that was good friends and whatnot, just because of something of a the parent felt wasn't you don't have the same as them or whatnot.
It's crazy too, bro, because like, just the idea of like, it for me too when I was growing up, it was everybody had Native American. And you know what's funny is
Mm-hmm.
that with Caucasian people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially really racist ones, they're the
Mm-hmm.
quickest ones to identify with I have Native in my blood. Grow their hair out, go off
Right.
on some Willie Nelson shit, and be like, I have Native in my blood. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, like, so what are you trying to say? What does that make you? Like, what is your goal? You know what I'm saying? What does that accomplish and shit? You know what I'm saying? When we're looking at like, just imagine, right? The way we
Mm-hmm.
disagree and we find further ways to fucking separate ourselves. I'm gonna kick some wild ass shit right now. If you
Mm-hmm.
take a shit, right, and you ate fucking pork and beans, hamburger, a hot dog, and some chicken and some greens, right? The
Mm-hmm.
shit come out as one fucking unit. You don't see the chicken, the pork and bean shit warring with the fucking chicken shit, nigga, in the toilet, nigga. Like, nigga, we the real shit. It comes all
But
out together and shit. You know what I'm
But
saying?
that's what I was talking about in the beginning when I said that they have us cut up and like we know all together, this thing we belong. For me personally, I say the earth is a duat, but remember we already built on that duat is really a quadruple. You know what I'm saying? So as within, so without, and as above, so below. So the earth is what it is, like a torus field. You know what I'm saying? So, but on that side, we know is it belongs to us. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, somebody from the other side, you know what I'm saying? Trying to influence and divide us and have us confused and choosing which little part. When the whole thing is really more about the whole this unit right here. You know what I'm saying? This unit right here, we need to get it right because it's being upside down. You know what I'm saying? It's not supposed to be that way. So we need to get this whole unit. But they have us cut up thinking that now is only that part, or is only over here, or is only right here. When it really is in totality. You know what I'm saying? And that's that. But that to me, I feel like that's the same thing you kind of mean when you talk about the whole
Yep.
Hey,
thing.
hey,
Yeah,
check
go
this
ahead,
out.
man.
Hey, I want to read something real quick for everybody, right? This shit is fucking heavy. All right,
Uh-huh.
everybody in the chat, check this out. All right, it goes like this. Look, if therefore you do not, or if therefore you do not, you don't not, if therefore you do not equal yourself to God, you cannot understand God. For the like is intelligible by the like. Increase yourself unto an immeasurable greatness, leaping beyond every body and transcending all time. Become eternity, and you then understand God. If you believe in yourself that nothing is impossible, but account yourself as immortal, and that you may understand all things, every art, every science, and the manner and custom of every living thing, become higher than all height, lower than all depths. Comprehend in yourself the qualities of all the creatures of fire, of water, of the dry and the moist, and conceive likewise that you can at once be everywhere in the sea and in the earth. Then you will at once understand yourself, not yet begotten in the womb, young, old, to be dead, the things after death, and all these together, as also times, places, deeds, qualities, quantities, or else you cannot understand God. But if you shut your soul in the body and abuse it and say, I understand nothing, I can do nothing, I am afraid of the sea, I cannot climb up to heaven, I know not who I am, I cannot tell you what I shall be, what have you to do with God? For you may understand none of those fair and good things and still be a lover of the body of evil. For it is the greatest evil not to know God. Bro, that shit right there is basically
Damn,
saying fucking learn everything.
That's deep.
Everything you think is
that's
opposite. Go ahead, go ahead.
that's straight facts right there, bro. Right before you went and said, but I was about to say that straight fact when you start saying when you say but and you start speaking, I wanted to cut you off and say nah, that's not right. But the whole thing in general is a paradox right there. Is the whole good and evil right there? You know,
Yeah, like
I don't know.
good is something I like, evil is something I don't like. Simple.
It's like attract like period. That's why I said like attract like in the first place. You know, so
Hey, you know,
you have to be light in order to seek that light. If you're dark, you're gonna keep seeking dark. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah,
Ain't
even the idea of being light, it attracts more light. But where's light come
mm-hmm.
from? Darkness. Can
Yep.
it be more dark? You can't even be dark without the ability, the availability
No,
of
but
light.
that's the thing. We you see if we're gonna say they come from each other, you see, it's not a trinity no more. You see, and we keep forgetting about ourselves or the central point. You know what I'm saying? Good and bad come from the center. You know what I'm saying? They come from neutral. You know what I'm saying? Neutral is balancing both of them. You know what I'm saying? It's creating both good and bad or negative and positive. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? That's where they both coming from.
Yeah, it's just basically the duality of both.
Yeah.
And so like that kind of makes God the cause of all things, not the effect, but the cause of all things. Like what causes good, what causes evil, what causes duality and shit. What's in the middle? And can we even count that as a third participle, or is it something that exists sovereignly away from the idea of good and evil? Because like I said, good is things that I like, evil is something I don't. But for me, check this out. I'm an alcoholic in Alcoholics Anonymous, right? I used to
Hmm.
fucking love drinking. That was the best shit of all time. I love fucking smoking weed, right? But it got to a point, and that shit was good. It got to a point where it wasn't good no more. Like if I can remote view my, like back in the days when I was still getting loaded and shit, if I can look at my day and see, wake up in the morning and see that I would not be drinking no beer or smoking no weed the whole entire day, I would probably not even leave my fucking bed. That was the ultimate evil. That's all suffering and shit. You know what I'm saying? And then to get loaded was the good thing. Now, if I wake up in the morning and if I can remote view my day and see that I'll be drunk or high at the end of the day, that's the ultimate evil. And like what was good before for me is now evil. What was evil
Let
before
me
sobriety is
but
now good.
but but let me say this though. That can be true, but I must speak for myself because I went through that, right? I had a friend of mine named Will in high school, right? He was my friend that I used to play ball with, soccer, right?
Hmm.
So every time that I gotta call him, right? I always forget. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, damn, I don't got no fucking type of free will. You know what I'm saying? Then I start
Mhm.
laughing. I'm like, damn, bro, like, but it's true though. Why that? How come his name is Will, but I always forget like to call him? Is that telling me something that yo, I don't got no type of free will, that I'm being possessed, that the things that I'm doing is not really me doing it? But I said that right to say that a lot of us we reading things, we watching things, we hearing things that's coming, you know what I'm saying, from from outside of us or our awareness, and we thinking it's us. We're not really going, and we're not really staying in the center. You know what I'm saying? We really most of the time really battling the left and the right. You know what I'm saying? And so I really remain in the center.
Hey, you know what? Like
That's
even like so, I remember Alan Watts was talking about like he said he went to this dude. He was telling a story like this dude went to find this guru, right? And he goes, the guru's like, "Man, guru, I've been looking for you, man. I got a problem. I need you to help me with it." And the guru was like, "Well, what's your problem?" And the guy was like, "I'm trying to figure out who I was in my previous lifetimes." And the guru, like, he leans in. He's like, "Well, who's asking the question, right?" And the dude was like,
Hmm.
"Me. I'm asking the question." And the guru leaned in again and said, "Who are you?" And the dude thought, and all of a sudden he was like, "I don't know." And basically he couldn't tell him who was asking the question, like which one of the previous lifetimes was asking the question, and which one of the previous lifetimes he was him. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, Alan Watts also talks about who is it that's thinking these thoughts, and like to parallel what Rob was talking about, like, am I making these decisions on my own, or am I operating from some kind of passion I'm unaware of, that I'm actually operating in response to something else I'm completely oblivious to? You know what I'm saying? And it's running my life and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, who's
exactly.
really managing my thoughts, me or something else that I have not got in touch with?
Exactly. That's why they give us the most high or the devil, you know, but in reality it's really us. You know,
Yep.
it's really remain balanced. You know, it's really you know, yeah, it's really remain balanced and is intertwined is because you need it's gonna be some time you gotta do some bad thing, whether it's to teach or whether it's probably just
Hmm.
because you feel like doing it. And it's gonna be some time is you're gonna do some good things. But whether is for the same purpose, whether you know it or not, it's gonna be that way. Is you're
Right,
gonna die regardless. For right now, you're alive right now. You know what I'm saying? You're living right now. So
right,
it is all about like accepting, what I'm saying, what it is, what I'm saying, and just be, what I'm saying, instead of like battling, what I'm saying, going back and forth.
you could even say, like, even to add to that too, like even when like the natives, what they did, how they used to take the animals and they would like sacrifice them for, to show homage for different things. Basically our ancestors were always doing things like that too. So it's like, most people would say, well, that was wrong. It was wrong to sacrifice animals and stuff like that. But how could you tell if you felt it was wrong, then you wouldn't do it. But I mean, if you feel as though showing homage to something that you believed in, so I don't see it would be an issue. But most people always tell you like you gotta worship to a creator or something like that.
Yeah, I said that too. I said they're wrong. I'm gonna say this too. Even to these days, right? In
Hmm.
Haiti, they still do that, sacrifice animals and shit. I say they're wrong because they are not doing it for the cosmos deity. They're doing it for us.
Hmm.
Because when we pass on, you know, we we are angels. You know what I'm saying? We are guardian angels or spirits. If we if we basically do what we're supposed to do, you know what I'm saying? If we cross over, you know what I'm saying? If we don't descend, if we ascend it, basically, you know what I'm saying? So when they do that, they do it to us. They do it because we ask them to. So I don't feel like that's right because according to the cosmos deity, you know, you should be in harmony with everything. So there is a way around that. I
Right.
said I studied that there is a lot of people that's coming outside of the culture, outside of the Buddha culture on the on one side on the side of where they practice that in Haiti, and they still have the same science, but they don't do the same. They don't use the same method. You know what I'm saying? But they still have the same connection. You know what I'm saying?
Cause like I said, I be around a lot of the Haitians that live in the city too, and like I said, a lot of them, they'll tell me that if we sacrifice, like if we taking a goat, we'll take a goat and take the blood and stuff like that. And they say it's for whatever particular ritual that they're using it for. But they say it's for like sometimes they say it's for cleansing, or sometimes they'll say it's just like I feel as if they feel as if they have demons attacking them and things like that. But it's just like it's just for various different reasons. But it's not like I said, it's not for ill
It's
intent.
true. It's true. It's true. But let me tell you this though. It's true because you gotta understand. That's why I said that they do it for us. Because when we die, you know, it's two things that happen to us. We ascend or you descend. So if you descend, you are demons, And if you
Mhm.
were demons, you influencing somebody that's alive, you know, you could tell if another demon is bothering them and they come and tell you that, you could tell them, all right, man, go ahead and kill me a goat or a cow. I'm gonna take care of these demons for you because you were demons. You might have more power than that other demons, and go ahead and fight with that demons and take care of it. You know what I'm saying? Or her, whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? So either way, bro. Whenever you see whenever you see they dealing with the animals, like, you know what I'm saying, doing sacrifice and other things,
Mhm.
it is demonic. You know what I'm saying? Because I've studied, like I'm telling you, bro, even in Africa or everywhere that practice ancient spirituality, I see uh, a group of awakened people that's coming outside of that means they still have connection, you know what I'm saying, with spirit, but they don't use that same method of doing sacrifice.
Yep.
You just stop.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And like I said, it's like how we had our indigenous people that was here. Like I said, what they did was, all the different animals, like they'll use it they use it to make clothing and things like that. And like I said, even from the wolf to from the wolf to the deers to fish to everything, it was all those animals had symbolic reasoning to them. Like some people say, like even like the fish, like I don't know, it's like salmon, some have souls or something.
You know what? That shit kind of brings to a question. Like, when we're going on these historical searches into our own genealogy, into our own, heritage and shit, is like,
Hmm.
what are we trying to get in contact and further understand the history of our own individual history, or are we trying to get in contact with history, her story as a collective and stuff? You know what I'm saying? Because like, when we're going backwards, that we're going backwards from ourselves as the center point, right? And we go to the
Hmm.
circumference, but the circumference includes more than it doesn't even include us anymore in that sense. I mean, it includes everything that we think is not us, and there were things that are being revealed and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So like, are we maybe, I'm not saying wrong or right, you know what I'm saying, but can we go down the wrong path if we're only looking for the likeness and not for the unlikeness and stuff? You know what I'm saying? Because maybe our search backwards can help in our search forwards and our search left and our search right and stuff. If we're looking to further understand our
Hmm.
ancestors and stuff, and like, well, the man that lives next door to me, he also has ancestors. Are we in it for ancestors, or are we in it just for ourselves? That makes sense.
It does. It
Yeah.
does.
All right. Let me just say this right quick. You see, it is the reason why it looked like that is because you said what you said about her. No, we're not going back to her, but we putting it we adding her to his because she was taken away. So we're not going back, but we adding her. So it's not about his or her. It's our story. You know what I'm saying? It's all about us. It's not about him or her or he or whoever. It's all about us. You know what I'm saying? Because everything is a piece. Everybody is a piece to this puzzle.
Right. Like I said, I think we're here to partially finish off what the ancestors couldn't finish, but at the same time, we here to make our own history, our own legacy, to submit it for the future generation behind us. So basically, like you said, we basically creating our own everything. I said basically we manifesting everything. It's all created through us. So we creating our own history, our own walking history books right now. Everything you're going through is like a history, you know.
And this,
It's like we trying to like basically. I'm not saying like look starting off. I mean honestly, starting off with our own perception is pretty much how it begins. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that it's wrong at all. You know what I'm saying? That's where the path. Your first step is your first step. Now every time you take a step further, you're taking a step closer to something that you don't fucking know and shit. You know what I'm saying? So like maybe it's just the act of seeking and shit that we begin. In knowing ourselves. But when we ask that question, like I kind of implore everybody in the chat and all of us to like go into the mirror at some part of our day, look yourself in the eye and be like, who are you? Like really like, nigga, who is you? You know what I'm saying? Don't even answer the questions,
the-
ask it. And let that shit be revealed for the rest of
I
your
think
day and shit.
you see,
Hmm.
I think I know where you're going. Because you said seeking for the truth. You said that it can lead you, onto the wrong path, and I totally understand. But if you somebody that's seeking, you should know what you're seeking. You should know that what you're seeking for and what you're not seeking for. Let me say that I'm about to go to a party or to a meeting, whatever, and I'm looking for my sneakers. I need to know that I'm looking for my sneakers, not my boots or not my pants. You know what I'm saying? You gotta understand. I'm looking for this, but not that because you got there is an opposite to that. So I'm looking for that, not that. You understand? So it's not the fact that I'm just looking for that, and then I run to that. I didn't know I wasn't looking for it. You got what I'm saying? So at that point, you just like wondering. you're not really seeking.
Yeah, it really reminds me, bro. It's like what you're talking about is like the allegory of the cave. Plato's allegory, or actually Socrates' allegory of the cave that Plato wrote down and recorded and shit about the people that were in the cave, blah blah blah. Kurt, you know that story, right? Allegory of the
Mm-hmm.
cave. You know, saying that he gets out finally and he's walking around this daylight. He sees trees and birds and bees and leaves and grass for the first time, and then he finds like this body of water. He don't even know what the fuck water is, and he looks into it, trying to like ask him, well, what the fuck is this reflective shiny shit? You know, we didn't even know
Yep.
what the reflective shiny shit is. It's just like a fucking a phenomena he can't explain. And he looks at it and he sees his own reflection, and like all of a sudden he realizes that he is an individual and that other people that were in there were also people and they were also individuals. And he suddenly everything made sense. And it's like maybe that's what we're looking for is that reflection and tying that within the boots or the shoes, the sneakers. It's like I'm looking for something's gonna reflect the foot, nigga, and that needs to be a sneaker. And like, but at the same time, it's like I'm gonna do a lot of walking or playing some soccer or basketball and shit. So would it be good to play in a boot because that does reflect the properties of what that I want to accomplish in this game of soccer or basketball? You feel me?
Right. Right.
And another way, the way I look at it, right, is that I'm light, right? Let's say I'm light, right, and I'm reflecting off the darkness, right, and I'm seeking more light. So me, because that more light I'm seeking is reflecting from a greater darkness. So I just become that greater light, and now I'm just reflecting off a greater darkness. You understand?
Hey
It's not
yo,
the fact that it's not the fact that I need to go down into the darkness and get more light. It's the fact that it is already a paradox. It is already what it is. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I said that if I'm looking for my shoes, my sneakers, I need to know. Okay, I'm looking for my sneakers, not my slippers. You understand?
yeah, that makes perfect sense. Hey, you know what just made me think of like right is like when I think like just now when you're talking this shit, you talk about reflecting light and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like I thought about like I try to like imagine inside me, right? And it was like what is it? Is it darkness? Is it light? You know what I'm saying? Because I can see light illuminated in my room and shit from the sun outside the blinds and stuff, the TV and my computer
Mm-hmm.
screen and shit. But then, like, is that true light? You know what I'm saying? Because, like, when I look inside, what do I find the same kind of illumination where I can see things? Or do I find like a darkness where I can't see things? Or like something in between? And it's like, maybe you're not even like, it's like almost like a glazed over the eye, and I can't really make out if there is anything to be seen or not seen. You know what I'm saying? It may be like looking outside is good, but what about looking inside and do we see light or darkness? You know what I'm saying?
Right. And what I always feels like, if I'm inside and I would rather would be outside because I'm not getting what I, can't gain my energy and everything from being stuck inside of a closed enclosed box. So when I'm
I think
outside, I feel free. I feel relaxed. I feel who I truly am.
I think it's the same thing. Uh, whether you're inside or outside, because it's a paradox. It's happening at the same time. Right now,
Hmm.
I'm inside of my body, but I'm
Hmm.
inside my body, but my body is inside of this world or outside of this world. However you want to look at it, you know what I'm saying? So
Hey,
it's like it's happening at the same time. You see how big this world is. That's how big like inside of my body is. You know what I'm saying? That's how like when I move, like let's say I go to work or I go to play some ball or whatever, what I'm saying, in somewhere in this world, it's really happening inside of my body. You know what I'm saying? But I'm doing it inside of this world as a, what I'm saying, it's reflecting, I'm putting it is pouring out, like how in like Jesus is something in the Bible that says like the cup is overflowing. You know what I'm saying? Like so that what's happening inside of me, you know what I'm saying, is reflecting or pouring on the in this world. You know what I'm saying?
That makes sense.
Like
I
the hourglass, basically.
Yeah, I even take it further because, like, if you got a, for instance, you got a plant that's going on, that's on the inside. You got to put that plant. You put that plant near your window or whatnot, or somewhere. It's gonna try to reach out to get that sunlight. So it still feels like it's inner self. It's the shell or whatever. But you know that I still need to get that energy or whatever to help me grow, to keep to supply me to make me feel better. I have to have what I need from that sun to keep me growing.
You see that right now, like right now, me and you we talking, right?
Hmm.
We're talking in the real world. But if I knew the science, right?
Hmm.
If I knew the science of this world, I could have tell you exactly what you're doing right now. You ain't even have to turn your camera, you know,
Hmm.
if I knew the exact science. But in another word, that conversation could have taken in my dream. It could have been a dream right now that we're talking. You know what I'm saying? That I'm looking at you or whatever, and you know what I'm saying. I'm passing you the blunt or whatever the case may be. So, you know what I'm saying is I said this to all to say that meaning that you really inside of me or inside of my head right now talking, you know, but we projecting it in the real world, and I got this iPhone right here, you know what I'm saying, and we on YouTube or StreamYard, you understand?
Right.
But
Right.
like the world, you know, like the other side of Haiti, they don't really need this iPad, you know what I'm saying, in order to talk to your heart, to talk how I'm talking to you and tell you exactly what you're doing. I have one of my uncle. He's amazing. He do that to me all the time. And you know, the ancient people, that's why they didn't really develop technology. You know, because they understand nature. They use nature. You know, like they will just go use water. You know, and they will FaceTime. They will probably FaceTime you or looking at you. You understand?
Right.
And they'll use the ear and talk to you. You know what I'm saying? And send a message or you know what I'm saying? And
Good.
it's deep.
Yep. Because I get to the point too sometimes when I look at the generation behind us, and it's like, you got to teach them everything, that you have. But it gets to a point too, it's like, are they, when as they get older, will they still remember, or will they still try to do their own thing? It's like, I'm not too concerned no more for what my dad or mom taught me. I want to submit my own legacy into doing what I want to do. Or is it that they're going to also remember to say, well, I did learn, how to channel and talk to my ancestors and learn how to do this and that. But, it's just like the question sometimes I think about. It's like, you could teach them so much, but then it's at the same time, are they going to take that, or are they just going to try to just do their own thing?
I think it's to be like I think the thing about it is to be like Jesus, like Moses. I think
Yep.
when Jesus come back, I think the people gonna know exactly who he is. And I think he gonna know exactly who he is, just like he knew exactly who he was, and the people knew exactly who he was. You understand?
Because, like I
So
said, we
meaning
still,
that
right.
meaning that we have to uh we have to ripple. We have to ripple
Hmm.
the ether, or you know what I'm saying. You have to leave a effect, or like you have to leave a trail behind. You know what I'm saying. Not also not only you, not only is undeniable to you, but it's undeniable to the people that's around you at the time. You know what I'm saying?
Because I look at it like this too, though. Like, our generation, how we're more woke onto what's going on, and we were also taught from our parents that we had to, like, for instance, we always had to go to church and do this and do that. But we've woken up to the point of realizing that everything has always been us. You have been you are your own God and God system and such like that. So it's like, I think from this generation that's behind us, I think they're learning that too. But is it that, my question sometimes is that, will they go revert back to, to what our parents was doing? Or, like I said, it's like, it's just always, that's just things I'll be worrying about and wondering, because this generation is just like, they just more free minded than what we are.
You said it. Wondering. You see, wondering. Uh, that's the key word. You see, everybody, we on our own time. Either we will remember or we just wondering. You know,
Hmm.
you see, if you don't know, then you're going to be wondering. And it's about us. That's why I say I feel like the key is about like oneself. You know, but it's about like making a ripple that's undeniable to the world. And then I make an example to Jesus. When he come back, you know, when he come back, you see how the when at the time like how the story go at the time he existed, there was an impact in the world, and that was undeniable to him and the people that was there at the time. You know what I'm saying? That's why I feel like. I think that's the key, you know. And that's why I said when he come back, I think they're gonna be the same impact on the world, and it's gonna be undeniable to him and the people around him at the time. You understand?
Hey, you know one thing too, like when I when I like consider like Jesus coming back and stuff, like right from the narrative as the way it's portrayed in the book, it's like one day it's like gonna be a crack in the sky or some shit, light flashing, and some nigga going like in a white cloak or some shit, like just like Iron Man himself or Superman himself down to the earth and land with his toe touching first, all gently and shit, and niggas gonna know and stuff. Like everybody's gonna be able to see this shit, and it's like that shit don't even really make sense in reality and stuff. But then when I look at the
But
Bible,
I
it's
must say
like,
this though. I must say
yeah,
this though.
go.
I think, and I will consider everybody is thinking the same way. Me personally, unless I'm speaking what people say about the Bible, but me personally, when I'm speaking on the Bible, I'm speaking from a, a correct perspective, you know, meaning
What I
that
was gonna
a
say,
perspective. Let me say this, meaning that a perspective that makes sense. You know, I'm not speaking. Oh, I don't care. Like I'm not really caring so much about what the story say, but I'm really pointing out a part that makes sense and that it could be in general to anybody. You know what I'm saying? It could happen to anybody. So when I say uh the impact, you know, I think anybody could have the impact he had on the world, and the world will see we will see the impact will be undeniable to the world also. And when
well,
I say I
well,
think he will come back, I the person I will have to say in the first place, he didn't just come from the sky. He didn't just crash from the sky. You know, he was born, you know, or whatever. So if he's coming back, he will have to come back, you know what I'm saying, the same way. It's not like, you know, he's going to come back a mysterious way or how the story go. I think
the
to
way
me,
what I'm
I
trying.
feel like I read between the line, you know. I eat the meat and spit out the bone. I don't really.
Well, like what I was trying to like kind of get to is like like just what you say in a mysterious way and stuff. So I do look at the Bible when I do read it and stuff as not a historical, as purely historical account of all human existence for thousands and thousands and 10,000 millions of years and shit condensed into one book and a couple chapters every age, whatever. But I look at it as like it's allegorical using historical references and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And it's like one thing too, Jesus like, have the scriptures not told you ye are gods? And they want pretty much crucified him for like spitting that kind of shit. Like, nah, nigga, it ain't some invisible other guy. It's you. There's a you inside of you and stuff. And like when I think of the return of Jesus and stuff, you know what I'm saying? We have all been taught like the narrative, like everybody's gonna know it. Like every single one, every baby, every retarded person, every nigga living in a cave, or some homeless person, or living in a train track, or you know what I'm saying, a bum hitchhiker, everybody's gonna know and shit. But it may be like this in the mysterious aspect of it. It may be when like you get this Christ consciousness, this awakening and this enlightened being, soul, spirit, energy within yourself. Like you come to some point in your life where you have like this mind, spiritual, soul, mental shift. Everybody who comes in contact with you is like, man, they gonna know it's not gonna be like, oh, it's Jesus by the word or the Christ by that word, that description, but the energy. They're like, man, there's something about that person, man. This person's a good person and shit. That may be, and everybody that person encounters in their world may be the equivalent of the return of Christ and stuff, rather than like some big fucking teleportation and a nigga comes from the North Pole and he's like floating through the sky and everybody can see him. Like, nigga, everybody can't see the same thing at one time on the earth unless everybody's on the fucking Zoom meeting and Jesus jumps in like, boom, special guest speaker is Jesus. You know what I'm saying? I kind of think that it may be speaking of something that's personal to the individual and their path working, and they have this awakening, and then all of a sudden their lives have changed, and it
I
changes the
think
people that they come in
I
contact with.
think they can. I think they can. You know, you want to know how? I'm gonna show you how. I think I didn't think Jesus come for everybody, but I think everybody knew that he came. Let me explain. I think when he came, he didn't come. When I say he didn't come for everybody, he only came for the people that was. He only came for the oppressor, and he only come for the people that was being oppressed. So these two group of people, you know what I'm saying? He came for them. So they
Mm-hmm.
knew, you know what I'm saying? But also the people, you know what I'm saying? There also people that has nothing to do with that, that wasn't being oppressed or that wasn't doing the oppressed. So they also know and see that he came. You understand? So that's why everybody, you know what I'm saying, would know that, hey man,
Hey,
shit is
you know,
real.
another thing too, it kind of reminds me too, like when the master he leaves his house and he gives every dude, all his slaves or servants, $1, a shekel or denarii, whatever the fuck we gonna call it, $1, right? And he comes back and he asks the three dudes like, "Hey, I gave you that dollar. What'd you do with it?" And the one dude was like, "Oh, nigga, I invested that shit, bro. I fucking flipped it, and you got $30 back. Here, boom." He's like, "Good luck." And he goes, the other dude's like, "What'd you do?" He's like, "Oh, I sold it and bought something and shit. You know what I'm saying? Here's what I bought." And he's like, "Okay, cool." You know, and he goes to third dude, like, "What'd you do with it?" He's like, "Oh, nigga, I buried it just in case you might need that dollar when you got back and shit. So let me go dig it up." He's like, "Nigga, get the fuck on out of here and shit." And like when I look at that, is it really talking about money or we're talking about currency, like this energy and shit? Like if Jesus comes back, right? And God gave
Mm-hmm.
every man, woman, and child a soul and works that they can do with labor and stuff. And Jesus comes back into the body. He approaches you. He comes into your mind and shit. He's like, "Hey, bro, I gave you this life and shit. What have you done with it?" He's like, "Bro, look, I've been helping everybody I can with the body you gave me and shit." He's like, "Oh, for what? Well done, my nigga. Well, come sit at the table." He goes the next thing, like, "What you with your body?" He's like, "Oh, I've been tricking, nigga. I've been using my body to buy shit. You know what I'm saying? And I got a whole bunch of shit for you." And he goes the third, and he's like, "What you with your dollar or your body?" He's like, "Nigga, I ain't done shit, man. I just been keeping it in the closet and shit until you came back in case you might need it." So it may be kind of referring to like, what are you doing to add to and duplicate what God has given us, which is life? How am
Can I
I
say something to
adding
that?
to life?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Jesus coming to see to judge uh in that manner. You know what I'm saying? I think that type of judgment happens in transition and death. You know like how when you make a list at your at home and then you're like, all right, I'm going to the grocery store. I'm getting this, I'm getting that, I'm getting that. And then you went to the grocery store and then you get this, you get that. And then when you get home and then you open your list, you're like, damn, I have not gotten that, or I did not get that. I didn't get that. I didn't get that. I didn't get that. It looked like a confession, but really you just reciting what you didn't get. So I think that type of judgment is you really making that judgment to yourself, because it's like everything was already programmed. You know what I'm saying? You had a mission. You know what I'm saying? A purpose came
And,
to do. So
no,
at
what I'm
that time,
saying too, bro.
let me say this right quick. Then I'm gonna pass it to you. Uh, so I think you're gonna make that type of judgment. You know what I'm saying? But it's gonna be you doing it to yourself, looking at your basically your catalog, or your favorite people, or whatever the however you wrote your whatever your program to be. But that the judgment
Mm-hmm.
Jesus coming to make, I think he coming to deliver, because I think Jesus is the Word. It is the Word itself that's gonna incarnate, into a being, or that I think He was, or it was that incarnate into a being, So I think if Jesus coming back, He coming back to neutralize, the the basically the unjust thing that's being done. It's going just to neutralize it. So just like it's happening right now, how we getting enough truth to battle it, what's being hiding against us. The truth going to come balanced. You know what I'm saying? To going to come equal, basically.
Not like say like one another thing too is like in going back to Genesis in the garden, right? Like when God had Adam and Eve in the garden, bro, he left them specific instructions and shit, right? And then like he went and did his thing. It don't really tell you where he went, if he went to the store, went to Walmart, or if he went back to the crib. We don't say nothing about that, but it lets you know that he told him not to do something, told him to do something, and he left. And then they're doing this and that, and they do what he told them not to do, and then he comes back and they hear this nigga, right? And they try to hide and shit, you know what I'm saying? But he finds him anyway because, he's God or whatever, right? And he tells them how they disobeyed, right? And see what that is? That's personal relationship. That's not like a judging for all fucking people forever and shit, which it kind of comes down in the end to like a judgment to their children and shit, or
Mm-hmm.
to the rest of their next deeds, which would be they've made an act that's going to have creation of further acts and stuff, and they've been judged on their further acts based on the initial act of the disobeying and stuff. So for me, it's like when Jesus comes back, bro, like I really don't believe outside of fucking like comics and fucking science fiction movies and stuff, really out of
Mm-hmm.
Hollywood, that there's gonna be a dude that's gonna fucking like really just like pew, materialize out of thin fucking air and shit. Or maybe he was the invisible man and he's been real the whole time and shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what we learned from Hollywood, but it seems to me like there's a more deeper and personal relationship to the souls that Jesus saves. Like he, you notice that he only comes and helps the people that need it the most, that are hurting the most and shit. You know what I'm saying? So is it their physical pain or is there something going on
That's not
within
true,
these
bro. That's
people?
not true. Let me say this. That's not true because you gotta understand when he comes, there is a paradox that's happening. That's why Jesus speaking in parable. You don't understand. There is a duality that's happening, meaning that the people that was oppressed gaining an advantage, and the people that was doing the oppression getting a disadvantage. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say, is like the word or the truth or a consciousness that's coming, to neutralize, you know what I'm saying, a
But you know
reality,
what?
you know what I'm saying? So
Hey, Rob,
yes, so
I just
you
want
said it.
I just wanted to say something on what you were saying about coming. So, like from my view is on that is, I just think that whether people say it's Jesus, God, whoever, my thing is that I'm thinking that the coming is when everybody wake up and realize who they truly are. So even if some people saying that they still wait for this man to come down or whatnot, but it's still the awakening is for everyone to find out more of who they are for themselves. Once you find out who you are, and there's nothing nobody can do to stop you. That's to me that's what the coming is.
That you
Yeah,
know
that's
what
the
that hey,
neutralize.
let me go real quick.
That my bad right quick. That's the neutralization. And it's only, you gotta understand, when you say everybody is more applied to one group of people, but is ripple out, is ripple out to the one that's doing the oppression, and is ripple out to the one that they had nothing to do with it because they're witnessing it. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, but I'll say this too is like and I kind of like I kind of do like the structure that Kurt had put it. For me, it does make more sense. And one of the only reason I'm saying that is like I keep referring back to Hollywood of these supernatural impossibilities that really only we can like have a correlation to if we could tie it to some movie. Like pretty sure if like the news media came on and said a man has materialized on top of the fucking the World Trade Center one and he's just standing there dressed in white. You know what I'm saying? People are like, what do you mean materialize? Their first question, like, what do you mean materialize? He had to get up there some way. It was a helicopter. They're gonna start using rationale to understanding this shit. You know what I'm saying? So right there, it'll show that off rip, we're probably not gonna believe this shit. You know what I'm saying? And look, we're all what it comes down to is everybody is waiting for somebody else to do something, which
Right.
negates the whole purpose of when God put Adam and Eve in the garden and shit was for them to
Say
do
that again.
something. They
Say
had a
say what you just said.
responsibility.
You say everybody waiting for what?
Everybody's waiting for somebody else, whether it's an invisible guy
That
who
that
no longer
that's
is
not, that's
invisible.
not that, to me. But okay, you see, it could be true, but to me, I don't necessarily look at it like that. That's why I said I read between the line, because you have to understand, bro. If there is truth, there's gonna be lies, So you're gonna have to stay in the middle, you know. If you wasn't there to see it for yourself, he says in the beginning was the word, you know. So the word is everything. That's why I said that I'm trying to associate it to a consciousness instead of really to a being, you know, or to a gender or whatever the case may be. A consciousness, a word, you know what I'm saying, or some type of energy. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said that it's coming for a specific, it's happening. It started. Everybody is feeling it. You know what I'm saying? And it's gonna come to a point that where it's going to be in full effect. You know what I'm saying? And it's gonna ripple out because it's the Trinity. You have somebody getting oppressed, you have somebody doing the oppression, and you have somebody have nothing to do with it. That's the Trinity. But
No,
you know, and go ahead.
it's like because like the way the narrative is pitched, right, is and the way it's used is that there's going to be a bunch of guys going to be in trouble, and there's going to be a bunch of guys that's not going to be in trouble, and everybody thinks that they're on the side that God's not going to be in trouble. So Jesus almost ends up becoming this fucking really fucking sadistic, perverse, fucking disgusting
Why
tool
why
that we're using
why do
to,
you
to
say why
set
do
people. Hold on, let me finish. To set people up like, hey, nigga, my homie is gonna whoop your ass after school, bro. He said you can't see him now, but you'll see him when he pop up and shit. They're threats. You know what I'm saying? Threats God's kids are making on God's other kids and stuff. And like that's why that's why honestly, as far as a whole Christian New Testament narrative, I primarily as like if I can associate or any idea I really agree in certain senses, it would most likely be Paul or Saul because he spoke of Christ as this spiritual embodiment, as a higher state of elevated consciousness, rather than Peter talking about, no, I knew this nigga. We hung out with this nigga. We watched him get killed and shit. I denied this nigga 3 times. And then later on, John, the youngest disciple, who ended up becoming John the Revelator and shit, writes like this
let,
one guy is going to return. So let me finish real quick. So we have like these 3 ideas that he's a real person, he's a spiritual person, and he's going to be coming back as the real spiritual person and stuff. But that what if that could mean that they're talking about us? Because Jesus himself said it. You will do more things than I. And it's like, but you, Jesus. That means that if you coming back, that means I'm coming back better. That's really
Mm-hmm.
what he's saying. And
I
maybe
Mm-hmm.
that's like real
I
quick, real
agree,
quick.
bro. But
Maybe that's like and this is how I'll say it. Christianity has when you fucking elevate one individual into godhood, into deity format, you have basically orphaned the entire human race. And that means there's only one LeBron, there's only one Michael Jordan, there's only one head of the household. You will never grow up to become anything in your life and shit. And Jesus,
it's
this
only
is
one
a
you,
totally
bro.
different story.
It's only
Hey,
one you.
hey, Rock, hey, Rock.
But
Hold
let
up,
me say,
hold up, Rock. I just want to say, I got mine's eye. He just came up on the panel too.
yeah, shout out to my
I'm
guy.
here. Salute, y'all.
Peace, my nigga.
Hey, my ninja, we in the building. Mental.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, the
But
footprint, the evidence.
I just wanted to say this right quick. I, I just wanted to say this right quick to mental ninja, right? It it doesn't always have to be violent. Let me say this. Um, let's say I'm getting bullied, right, by some big nigga. He don't really know how
Yeah.
to fight like that. He don't really know how to fight like that, right? But he just bigger than me, and he know a little something. You know what I'm saying? He could bully me, the shit out of me, and on top of that, he bigger than me, right? So now I decide like, man, yo, I'm tired of this nigga. But like, what can I do to stop getting bullied to stop this nigga from bullying me, right? I could do 2 things, right? I could learn how to kill this nigga, right? Or I
Right.
could learn, right? Or I could learn, right, how to make this nigga scared of me, and I don't even have to do nothing to him. Man, let me use one aspect. I could just go right and learn how to box or do karate, right? And let's say I just like know how where this nigga live at, or know where this nigga be come try to come and bully me at. And when this nigga pulled up, right? When he pulled up and this nigga see me like doing all type of Jet Li moves, like training, you know what I'm saying, sweating, and this nigga was coming to bully me.
Oh,
Yo, that nigga, he ain't even he not even coming, he not even gonna let me see him. You
real
understand?
talk. Hey,
So I
that's
don't even.
ill. You said this. Hey,
So
look at that,
when
because
go
it's
ahead, go ahead,
where
you got it.
look, and I'm gonna shut up real quick. It's just like where you hear them coming. Say that big army. It's where they didn't came together, but it's all for you to kind of tremble in fear and bite your fingernails, like you just said, I ain't gotta touch this person, Raul. You said that like I could just figure out a way to, have this motherfucker running for his life for the rest of his life. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's it,
you
it's
understand?
it's
So
it's literally where you
yeah,
make the cowards of those who oppose, the
that's
so-called
what they doing to
opposite.
us. That's what that's what they doing to us. That's why we even scared when they say, hey, pull over, hey, don't do this. We like being like, they got it. And we
Facts.
start complaining because you already got us mentally. That's why I said that if yo, although this nigga is bigger than me or whatever the case may be, but I know how to fight. This nigga, he over there, he
Hey,
thinking that he coming to bully me, and this nigga just see me doing all type of karate move, and he not ready for that. He not gonna let me see him because he probably gonna think that I'm coming for him instead of him coming for me this time. He gonna run. You know what I'm saying? So that's why
facts.
I
Hey,
think that
look, this
we
is
just need to go ahead.
this is
Yeah, you got it.
where you get the the exact definition of what a true coward is. You know what I mean? Like the opposite, where you get
Damn.
opportunity to sit down those who oppose you, and this is where a lot of, like, we on the other end of the shitty stick, where you realize we all are having this seat, and we are talking about the opposite, who say they have it all and we are the have-nots. So we got to sit down and take this opportunity to build and, you know, get greater. We need
Right
some
on,
Hey,
women
right
in
on.
this shit too.
hey, yo,
Right
Rossette,
on.
like with what you were just talking about the big nigga and shit and the training and learning, bro. Honestly, bro, that's how I feel about, like, am I gonna wait for Jesus to show up to deem myself, or am I gonna be putting in work now? Like, bro, oh, I didn't even know you was on your way and shit, but I was doing this shit because I knew it was right and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like I feel that's more important than waiting for some dude to pop up. And it's like, is this nigga black, white, Chinese, or he's like fucking like got a Chinese leg and a black leg and a white arm and a red arm and a shit with a fucking head that's like got a big ass nose and no lips and shit. You know what I'm saying? Chinese eyes. You know what I'm saying? Good and bad hair and shit. You know what I'm saying? And dreads and braids and stuff. You know, it's like, bro, there's a spirit inside of me that I believe is from you, that is aligned with you, that's telling me to seek, to look, to do right, and learn from myself against myself. Because at the end of the day, bro, it ain't the world I'm up against, my nigga. It ain't the devil. It's really me against myself. You know what I'm saying? And that's where I need most of my saving from myself and shit. But the part of me that fights me is that enlightened soul is like, no, we're gonna overcome the idea of the nature of self and shit. And that, for me, kind of sounds more like a true coming of Christhood than waiting for some nigga to be beaten down by, the Enterprise and shit with Spock and the away team.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I say, hey, that's why I say, bro, it is gonna appear in the image of a being, but don't really look at it for that. Like me right now, I'm Rasset, right? If I turn on my camera, you're going to see what I look like or whatever the case may be. But don't worry about that. Looking for what it is right now. I'm just a voice in your ears right now, in your headphone. I'm just, you know what I'm saying? And if void of the headphones or the everything, I will be a voice in your head. You know what I'm saying? A consciousness that influence us. You know what I'm saying? Influence you. You know what I'm saying right now. And
Hey,
and you were able to build on that or take it wherever you want to take it. So that's
hey,
why I said that.
Rossett.
Go ahead,
Hey,
you got it.
if you was like, if you appeared and was like, bro, you like, hey, mental ninja, it's me, Jesus and shit. Honestly, bro, I could even knock you, my
Mm-hmm.
nigga, because I know that you be about some
That's not
healthy
what I'm
shit.
saying, dog. No,
Hey,
that's not what I'm saying,
blindside
dog.
Kurt,
Like looking in the
either one
mirror.
of us, bro. It's like we all kind of already have this innate. That's why we have these conversations. Like, what bring us together and shit. You know what I'm saying? We like Critias to make Timmy is Plato and Socrates on the fucking YouTube StreamYard channel and shit. What brings us together and shit? And we're talking about the God, like the cause, or there's something else that's going on that's pulling these opposites together. Because, like, look, we don't live in the same cities. We ain't ever fucking shook hands or ate together or smoked together and shit, or went to jail together and shit. But here we are and shit. You know what I'm saying? That may be how, like, the body gets remembered and put back together and shit. The like minds, the A-lights coming together.
Yeah, I can't stop laughing, bro. Nigga
Mm-hmm.
said you're right, said, bro. If you
Hey,
Jesus,
what
bro,
up,
you let me
Jesus?
know, bro, right? Yo, that's not what I mean to say, bro. What I'm trying to say is that you see, like how in the Bible, you start to say that, like, in the beginning was the Word. You know what I'm saying? And then the story goes on. You know what I'm saying? And leads to Jesus. You know what I'm saying? That incarnated or whatever the case may be. And influence the people or whatever. So I'm trying to say, don't really look at what the Word did. Don't really look at the transformation of the Word, but just look at it for what it is. And then
Hey,
I'm trying to tell you, like, and I'm trying to tell you, for example, like, you see how me and you right now we speaking. You know what I'm saying? You hearing my voice right now. If I was able to turn the camera, you would know what I look like or whatever the case may be. You would probably trying to picture me like that. But right now, don't worry about that. Just state as for the voice. You know what I'm saying? The word that's coming out of my mouth, and that's going into your ears or whatever the case may be. And
hey, yo,
so
Rossette.
that's it. Go ahead.
Hey, the word originates from the word. It's funny. The word originates from a word, which is logos, which means in the Christian Trinity, it means the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. But also, where that idea comes from, it really represents the etymology is called the reason for being and stuff, the spoken reason, like the reason of existence that manifests in a fleshly format and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like
Mm-hmm.
when we ask that question, like, look in the mirror, like, man, who are you, bro? Why are you here? You know what I'm saying? That's also synonymous with what's the reason is the word, the logos and stuff, which it could be the greatest mystery is like we are each individuals God experiencing what it's like to live in a world that God created and forgot.
Yeah, I
Man,
think I think that's true. Right before my passage, I think that's true. But I'm gonna look at that way. That's why I say you could either remember or you could either wondering. So if I go to the supermarket, right, and then I forgot what I went for, I'm gonna be in there wondering, like, damn, what did I come for again? What the hell did I come for? Wondering in there. But if I know exactly, if as soon as I go in there and I remember I was there, I need this, I need some bread, whatever the case may be, and grab it. Get it?
That reason for being. Yeah.
Yeah.
I,
So. Uh,
I,
a lot of
hey,
us
go
we
ahead,
were
bro.
here that's like, damn, who are you? Or who are we as a people? Is because we are wondering. We don't really remember. That's why I said when the brother said earlier, he found his tribe. He knows he is connected to, and I said that's good. When we find out, we need to really do it physically and emotionally. You know what I'm saying? So we could
Mm-hmm.
really remember and have feelings and emotions attached to them. You know what I'm saying? So really remember, like how you see. Let me put it like this when Haiti is when I keep mentioning Haiti is divided, I grew up a Christian. You know what I'm saying? Up to the till today, my dad is a pastor. But on my grandfather, he was a voodoo priest doing all type of shit. Like if I start telling you a story about my grandfather, you're gonna be like, man, quit, stop. You understand? So
Mm-hmm.
all these things I had to literally like do these things on my own. And even a lot of them I found out is after my grandfather passed away. You know what I'm saying? So now I could feel, you know what I'm saying, because I talk to certain people, you know what I'm saying, and I dig for myself. I have feelings for them, you know what I'm saying? So it's not something that I really want to give up like that. You know what I'm saying? I keep wanna know more about it. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said when we found out we need to attach to it. So we could get our revelation, our deja vu, how it happened to us, how we get to where we are today.
And like I said, that just goes back. Hey, right, but that just goes back to just knowing your higher self. Because, like I said, once you know more about who you are, then the rest is left up to you. So even when you say like you still waiting, even if I'm still waiting on Jesus or whatever, but like I said, it's just like you just really waiting on your own higher self to transform to who you really are. That's all it is.
Like Kirk, since you said that, bro, it should remind me of something that it made me think something like you have to like wake up to who you are, right? And learn who you
Mm-hmm.
are, right? That
Mm-hmm.
means that you gotta learn who you weren't, right?
Right.
And what separates like that blows the door wide fucking ass open for who's not you. Because everybody
Mm-hmm.
on this panel is not me. But I'm talking with y'all and shit. And how am I
I'm gonna
learning
say
about
this, right?
myself? Was that? Go ahead.
When when we talk about Jesus, that's why I kept saying it's a consciousness or it's a something that kind of have to do with us. If it was more to do with personally, most likely I would be the one telling you all about it. You understand? It would have been like more like something like personal that happened like in down in my bloodline or I found out you know uh that's famous for me and it's not only famous for me but it's famous in my bloodline and I will be telling you all about it. You get what I'm saying? But it is more something that's related to the world in different ways. That's why I say it's more like a consciousness. You understand?
Yeah, you know what? And let's speak like, especially with especially explaining or expressing Jesus as a conscious state. You know what I'm saying? Like a level, like you in the Christ level and shit. You in the kingdom level and stuff, right? And it's like that for me. It makes more sense too than like this horrible thing happening that nobody can understand, that goes against everything we know about physics and reality and shit, how the world works. Of like all of a sudden you see a light and this dude floating in the sky and shit. That, you know what? But at the same time, like that shit would be kind of fucked up to the mind. It's like seeing a UFO and like the nigga almost like
Mm-hmm.
aliens just like, bam, what's up, nigga? You know what I'm saying? In your house with that movie Dark Skies, bro. The niggas popped up everywhere. That shit was crazy, right? But like it would be likened to like the experience of the inner self would be likened to some astronomical phenomena that cannot be explained, because it would appear to me like it should operate the same way, whether it was like some fantastic happening in the sky or some fantastic equally happening within, that could be viewed of like, bro, the nigga went through the same experiences as if he saw a motherfucker walk through a fucking wall. You know, it shocked him, it scared him, it freaked him out, and he was like a new person, changed the way he thought after that.
All right. And we got my boy Truth up in the building.
What up, True?
Oh, what's good? What's good, y'all? What's good, family? How y'all feeling?
I hope you
Good.
got
That
that
is
text
good,
from the
guys.
books I
That's
sent
good,
you.
King.
Yeah, I just got them, bro. I'm gonna check them out, man. Thank you for that too, man.
Hey, for
Appreciate
sure.
it.
Hey, that shit got here this morning, bro. I've been reading the Hermetic Corpus Hermeticum, bro. That shit, nigga. That shit is so fire, bro. I don't think I've read a book just like glancing over it. I read some of it into the chat earlier and shit, bro. That shit is some of the deepest shit I've ever read in my fucking life. You got to get that book, bro.
Man, I'm gonna check that out, man. I'm gonna check out all them books, man. I'm gonna get them one at a time, man. I gratitude, I appreciate it.
For sure, for sure.
Real shit. Anything, man, that's informational for real, man. I really appreciate that coming from anybody. Cause that's what it's about at the end of the day.
Most definitely.
Hey, what's the name of that book again?
It's called, I'm eating. Corpus Hermeticum.
Okay.
I'm
I'll
gonna
check that
show
out
you a
too.
picture right now.
You know, peace, man. Peace to the truth, man.
Man, what's good, Raul? Man, how you doing, brother?
Yeah, you already know.
I already
But
know, man.
I
And
I
that's the book
hate,
right there.
Gotcha.
I got
Hey,
I
look, if
got
you
a
go
lot of love.
if you go on Amazon, right, you get the Corpus Hermeticum and you get the Kabbalion. This one right here, all sealed and everything. It's like $30, bro, for both of them.
Shit, I already looked it up now.
For sure.
Hey, why you doing that, man? I wanted to bring up something about the revenge being a dish best served cold. If I could, is that cool?
Yep.
Yeah, what's good, Miles? How you doing, brother?
Oh man, I'm just rolling with it, man. Trying to be
Shit.
part of the wave that ain't gonna smother a brother.
I feel you, bro.
Yeah, man. How about
Yep.
yourself, bro? You know I've been seeing you.
I'm in a
Super
good
shit.
I'm in a good place right now, man. There's just still a lot of things that I'm figuring out along the way and shit, man. But I don't want to get into that. I want you to go on ahead and get into what you was about to say. I'll get back to that in a little second.
Okay, bet. All right. And look at this, man. Like where I was thinking about the revenge being a dish best served cold, and we kind of built on the coward just a second ago. And problems by killing everybody outside of they self. It's like every bullet is a body, man, and you got a lot of bullets. You know what I'm saying? So it's where we end up with the suicidal bomber. This is what kind of made me think about it. Where they grab whoever the assailant is or the opponent, and it's like where I know for a fact if I was to blow a bullet through any one of my people's face and I take their life, this is where I'm killing myself. You know what I mean? I couldn't deny it. I see it even if I close my eyes. If I had a pistol to someone's head, this is where. Hold on one second. Okay, it's like a real killer. Most of them they kill the next person, and they say that they survive the fittest or whatever. But a real killer will take his own life or whomever the problem that say the problem that arises amongst a crowd of people or just two. You know what I mean? This is where like husbands been killed, they wife and wives been killed they husband. And it's where the whole thing with the say the dog soldier getting the command from the sergeant, and some of these are frontline suicidal bombers, you know, that's what they call them. And they are given the order where they going against their opponents who oppose them. And you know, say the suicidal bomber was on the front line, they just grabbing everybody and they pulling as many people close to them, because it's where if I kill you, I gotta keep on enduring knowing I'm gonna die one day. And it's like I kill you, it's a lot of your people like say the war feel to snap when they see somebody that got took away that everybody on your team love. Like it'll be a lot of them dudes beelining towards your ass when they see you then blew a hole through Smith's face. You know what I'm saying? So it's like where you kill one, you got a whole bunch more dogs coming to devour your ass. So the suicidal bomber, knowing that he's about to kill himself if he kills the assailant or the opponent, this is where he's gonna take both of their lives, where you couldn't run to try to save me or hurt me to death where I took the best person you had. You know what I mean? Because we both gone. And it's where those dogs will be running to a, you know what, y'all know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Definitely know what you're saying.
They'll be going to that dish that's going cold because we both dead. We not hot no more. You know what I mean? And they'll realize that they are the dish now. Like it all leans on you. And I'm gonna shut up after this. It all leans on you once you deal with the dish that's best served cold. You gotta realize that you are still a hot tray that gotta go cold one day. And
Damn.
I yield.
That makes sense.
Man. Hey, y'all mind if I share something with y'all, man?
Man,
Do
go
your
ahead.
thizzle.
You know, man, I'll be getting a lot of downloads, man, and I feel like I'm moving into that Christ-like consciousness because I'm starting to get shit that's pointing me all to the same direction, which is yourself. You know, I'm starting to realize chaos is because everyone want to enforce their experience on others, or others want to share someone else's experience instead of looking at their own and creating their own experience. Um, so like shit, just little poems been writing coming to my head. You feel me? Like I never write, I never draw, none of this shit. But all of a sudden, I'm doing it now. So I got 2 poems that I wrote that I like to share with y'all, man. You know, I ain't gonna take up too much of the time. The first one is called True Happiness. All right. Uh, I owe my happiness to no one but self, and no one happiness is indebted to me. I speak of wisdom of the world, but only from which my eyes have seen. I hold these lessons to heart. They're my crutch when I'm in need. I always been a vibrant since a kid, so I always know what it really is. I let the presence of energy speak in my head. Even without words, I know what was said. So even when moments like that arise, the only opinion that matters is me, myself, and I. On the path to self-knowledge, I feel physically alone, but I can only focus on myself if I ever want to ascend to the throne. No more energy towards what others say and feel. All focus towards that inner build. Faith and work is so real. Mind, spirit, and physical path is definitely uphill. But this journey is the true way back to the source, as it made me his son to carry out the true will. That's the one that I wrote called True Happiness.
Butter.
Hey,
That was
hey,
deep.
bro, can I say something before anybody say anything else? I just want to say, bro, this is so deep, bro. I feel like all of us should broadcast or recite this before every live.
I can't hear you,
Before every
Raul.
last one of us go live.
You're right. You're right. You gotta repeat it. We couldn't hear you.
Now, I was just saying that it's so deep that I feel like every last one of us should recite or broadcast that on our lives before we start doing anything, before we say anything, before we broadcast anything on our lives. We all should recite that. So deep. But that's just my
Hey,
That's what's up.
definitely.
Uh,
Super fly.
I got another one called "The Battle Is Near."
Man, that was deep, Joe. Dude. That was
Man,
definitely deep.
gratitude, bro. I appreciate it, man. I think I got a lot more that's gonna be coming. These just the first two I did. This one came to me today after I went and meditated in the mountains.
Mm-hmm.
I just named it "The Battle Is Near" because from these words that was spoken to me in my mind, and what I've been hearing along the way is that it's a battle coming in this realm that we in. It's the last battlefield of that war. So, I will admit, um, I've been feeling like that for a few weeks now, but somehow this shit came out into words, and I ain't gonna hold up too much time. I'm gonna go on ahead and get to it.
Yeah, I just
Uh,
wanted to say too, what you had posted that picture with the moon and everything last night too. It was so crazy because like I seen the same exact thing when I was outside, and it was like, man, that shit was just something.
you know what I seen also, bro?
Uh huh.
Them two stars above it was
Mm-hmm.
actually pulling the moon to the point where I got an inner feeling that our real moon is no more. That the moon that we see is an artificial of these
Mm-hmm.
beings trying to play God. Because I shit you not, I sat and stared at my main stars, and they didn't move. But them two stars and that moon was moving. And the main star in front of it had a thrust of energy behind it that you can visually see to the eye if you paid attention. And if you paid attention to the stars that resonate with you, you'd notice that them stars never move. The sky never moved. But them two objects, them three objects, the two stars over that moon was moving, and the moon was right behind it.
I
And it
must
was
say this.
crazy. It was
I must say
crazy
this,
as
right?
fuck.
I'm gonna say this right before you go in, right? Because we did the live the other day. Because I know this is the second time or yesterday. I think this is the second time you said something big is gonna happen, and it's crazy. Right before you said that yesterday or the other day, I put it in the chat. I said that a lot of us, is tired of this place, and we are becoming more. We are more like embracing the spiritual side, And I said something. I think something big gonna happen, and I put 1804 under it. You know what I'm saying? But
Hmm.
go
That's the
ahead, bro.
ancestors, bro. They here. Like if motherfuckers, if is one thing I'm starting to realize is that the motherfuckers of my age, I'm gonna give it a grace period of 10 years younger and 10 years older. I'm 36, so from my opinion, from 25 to 45, us in that group, we always calling ourselves the last of the dying breed. It's a real meaning behind it. The ones before us got lost even more than what we was. If
And
we
how
don't
I
set this shit straight, the ones after us are already lost. And this information, this self-knowledge, this understanding will be forever lost, and they will only be knowing what they've been told. Uh, and
Oh man.
it's real as day, bro. I mean, the science is all there. We are the only woke ones. When we try to speak to people that's say 21 years and older than us, so I'm saying everybody 46 and older, damn near all of them are stuck in their ways and don't want to hear no one between the ages of 25 and 45 and what they saying. The
Fact.
ones the ones that's younger than that don't give a fuck.
Bro, how ironic, bro. The baby
Woo.
and
You
how
said it.
ironic, how ironic the baby and Lil Gunna got a song called "Hitting Up." In the beginning of the song, they said that after us there would be no other. But go
Hmm.
ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and read this and get this one out the way. This called "The Battle Is Near," and like I said, I literally just wrote this shit probably like 30 minutes ago. And I ain't even having to like think, like, you know, most people when they write, they gotta think. That's why I've never been a writer. Like, it's not that I can't think, I don't like writing. My words appear when they come out my mouth orally. When I try to write, I never could grasp the emotions that's behind me speaking from my heart. And I think that's what kept me from it. So for me to be writing shit and drawing is a testament to me, because this is not of my character. And I'm just being 100. I can honestly say that shit.
Facts,
And you
bro.
know,
That's the righteousness. Hey, look at that, bro. It's like where we deal with this system of pages. It's like nothing really counts. I was kind of baffled at it one time where I was like, why they don't just tear up the contracts, you know? But it's where the paper is. It's like, say the flesh that get the tattoos on it becomes you, and it's like the contract, man. This whole thing where you write it down, whether it's wrong or right, it's right. It's RITE. You know what I mean? And this is where when you put it on that paper, it becomes law. So yeah,
and the
like
thing,
that's your testament, bro. You writing.
the thing is that we done let manipulators and confusion write down ourselves on paper for us and give it back to us, and that's why we can't
Yeah.
understand it, because the feelings and emotion that we feel inside towards it is not in the way they word it. So you know,
Yeah.
like even in the Apocrypha, see, a lot of people they say they read the Bible, but they need to go to the Apocrypha, and it'll tell you there was more than one Jesus. There is no one man coming to save us. You are that Christ-like state, and once you get there, and enough get there, that's gonna be that second coming. And they've been trying to stop that for thousands
Ooh,
of years now.
the consciousness.
It's the consciousness. It
Hey,
really
look at
is.
that. I'll go after you. My bad.
No, you good. And that just goes to show the story of Jesus had to get away for 40 days into himself, away from everybody else. Once he did that,
Hey, it's crazy, bro.
himself told him.
Yep.
It's crazy because
That's right.
for the last 2 minutes, bro, I keep talking about Jesus and the Bible, and I keep saying the word inner consciousness, bro. It's crazy. It's deep.
Yeah.
Shit.
Hey, hey, y'all. Look, it's where we all doing what we need to do to grow together.
Mm-hmm.
I said this to my mom earlier today. I told her that I I say what I say to people because I don't want to be the only tree that's growing. You know how they love to chop down the trees, and they ask us if a tree fell over and didn't nobody hear it, did a tree fall at all? And it's yes. You know, so like where we growing together, this where we all on our mission to be even. You know, it's nobody trying to stunt the next person's growth, but it's like we all need to be that strong, sturdy tree in order to, become the force that we need to be. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
They
I
love
can
to deforest us.
and let me
And that's
ask
why.
Yeah.
you a question, right? Because truth, you said that you felt like you were awakening to the Christ consciousness. Is that correct?
Yes.
All
Yes,
right.
I
So
do.
let me ask you a question, right? And on that journey, do you feel like, or you finding more ways like to battle in like anger and negative spirits?
Um, yeah, definitely. And the thing is you got to let it all go. See, we
But that's a
always,
way. That's a way.
yeah,
That's a way to. That's a way to
yeah,
battle it. To
that
battle it, right?
you would not be able to win this battle with anyone. This is a battle that everyone must fight for their self, because the mysteries is inside of you, and that's the battle of unlocking your mysteries, of knowing who you really the fuck are and who the fuck they are. And when I say that, that's not black and white. It's motherfuckers here that is really soulless, of all
Yeah, that's
skin
why I put it
colors,
that. That's why I put it
skin
Mm-hmm.
in that
color,
way.
and
That's why I put it.
they're
That's,
trying to get you to forget the fact that it got to be mental, spirit, and physical, the real trinity. And once you grasp those three concepts and master them according to the universal laws, then your true ascension will happen. And you know, the one thing that it's showing me is that I need to experience my experience by myself, and everyone else need to experience their experience by they self. My experience is not for someone else. What I see, what I hear, what I know inside, it's not going to be what everyone else is. But once we all get to that point within ourselves,
Mm-hmm.
by default, we will connect.
Indeed.
But we're
That's
trying to
facts.
force.
That makes sense.
That's where I wanted to go. That's why I kept speaking about the consciousness in the first place, and that's why I said I was trying to ask you that. Do you feel like it's become more easier, like to deal with the negative? You know what I'm saying? But do
Yeah,
you feel like that was called like kind of like more?
I think it's more easy to tap into your conscious right now because the ancestors is really at the door. They at the door
Mhm.
more stronger
Crystal clear.
than ever.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Like when I
That's where I
say they
wanted
at the
to go.
door, they're walking up the walkway to the door, and eventually they're gonna be knocking on that motherfucker, and they got a
That
key
is
to get in.
damn.
They're
Knocking it
knocking right
down.
now.
Yo,
If you
yo,
keep
Right.
bro, you
playing, they
said
go when they open that door. I'm gonna say it like this: like to the ones that cleaned their room, and when the ancestor used that key and opened the door and stepped the fuck in, you know how it is. Your mom come in, your room clean, you cool. To the ones who room ain't clean, it's gonna be a problem. And to the ones that don't even belong in the house, it's really gonna be a fucking problem.
Mm-hmm.
So the
bro, you
people
said
that belong in the house, they need to clean their room. Everybody got
that.
their own individual room
That's
and be
why.
prepared.
That's why I was trying to tell the brother, in the first place, you don't have to be violent, because it's a consciousness. It's something
Mm-hmm.
that you know because when if let's if you was getting bullied, it's because you didn't know how to defend yourself. Not that you know how to defend yourself. You don't have to be the bully now. You don't have to become the bully now. You could just make the bully, what I'm saying, stay away from you. You know what I'm saying? Because you know the
Yeah,
truth behind. That's why I kind of said that. That when Christ come and I look at Christ as a consciousness, there's gonna be a judgment. The judgment gonna be a neutralization between between the truth and the lie, or good and evil. You know what I'm saying? But the brother was talking about a judgment that is kind of like the creator, is doing. But in
yeah,
reality, you're the creator. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah. But at the
you're
end
gonna,
of the
you're
day,
gonna judge. Let me just finish this right here,
oh
and then
my
I'll pass
bad,
it to you.
Raul.
I'm gonna pass it to you right quick. You're gonna make a judgment on yourself because we came here as a people to do a mission. Uh, when when you transform, you're going to judge yourself. Damn, I did that. Even like when they come with the negative confession, 42 negative confession of my hat or the 10 Commandment or whatever the case may be. All these things, or the Creator or us, saying things that we did or things that we did not do. And
Mm-hmm.
that's the reason why we're here. You know what I'm saying? Is to
Mm-hmm.
do certain things to make sure that when we get to the next step, we don't have nothing on check. That's why they kind of want to say that your heart needs to be lighter than the feather. But go ahead, you got it, bro.
Yeah, and that's real shit. And at the end of the day, what people gotta realize is somebody else's truth ain't gotta be your truth. And we too busy trying to enforce our truths on other people. Right now my
Right.
message is really just to get to know yourself and share my experiences with hoping that maybe you might see in the same experience and then spark of mine. But at the end of the day, I'm only gonna say it once, and I'm not enforcing it on nobody, and I don't feel no way to anybody that don't resonate with it and shit. I understand, you know, uh, it's not their truth, you know, it's mine. But I'm at like
Hey, that's
10% on
so
my
deep, bro. Hey,
gratitude,
hey,
bro.
let me piggyback off that real quick,
Yeah,
if I
go ahead,
could.
bro. Yeah, you good, bro.
Hey, that's like I kind of see this through my grandma. Like she don't really care about none of that stuff us youngins are into. Like
Mm-hmm.
she ain't one of those like I'll apologize if I miss a lot of time before I go visit her, and she be like, I ain't tripping. Like she ain't really looking for no company. You know what I mean? It's like that's where I realized where we all young, like the whole thing with the Kia, like I'm just using this phrase, but like the Kia time or something that kick in and let you know that you are an elder now. It's like where you don't care to be around a lot of youngsters, you know what I mean? Or you don't feel alone at a certain time in your life. This is where you are like it's like you the one that knows like the most high know. You know what I mean?
Can I say
Mhm.
something about that, man? I
Go
think
ahead.
I think it's only like that because when we get old or when we get to know ourselves, we realize that there is not too many people like us. And in order to maintain that, we become ourselves in order to accept the next reality that we're going to. But if there
Mhm.
was more people, if we realized that there was a lot of people like us, then it would be a good thing, you know, that we had
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you
Right.
know
Look.
what? But see, that's that illusion of inclusion. At the end of the day, we already connected. We chose to manifest and experience this physical experience on our own. So that's the metaphor of the lost sheep. But a lot of us have been lost in this physical experience on our own. And that's that Christ like consciousness coming back with you tapping in into understanding what the fuck you really is and what you from. And
I
once you
agree, but
do
it's
Hey.
a
that,
I
you're
agree,
back,
but
you're
it's a
back, you're
paradox.
back, you're back with the source and you're back with the flock. But
I
until
agree, but
then, you're a
let me
lost, you're a lost sheep and shit. No, go ahead, Raul. My bad, bro.
I
That's
agree, but
deep.
it's a
True.
paradox because because it's intertwined. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying?
Hey,
Hey, hey.
hey, if hey, can I just read this real quick? Cause I'm dropping at like 10%. Uh,
Oh, very
Go
true.
ahead, fam.
and honestly, it kind of dealing on a lot of shit we talking about. To be honest, that's crazy. I want to kind of get it out before I have to pop back into the chat and shit. But I'm gonna jump back up once it charge up.
Let's do
Uh,
it.
it's called "The Battle Is Near." Let me get to it. Be not afraid of the battle at hand, as the final battle draws near. Cause ye are the children of the righteous, who was deliberately led astray. For the source know all things, and all things eventually return to thee. But your light remains forever because of who we truly be. Wake up, chosen ones. That chosen one ring a bell. Stop searching for the truth outside, for the answers you seek is within self. For the confusion manifests a cause that will definitely have an effect. For one must be lost to think that this will go unchecked. So love thyself even more, because the ancestors are walking to the door with the full force of the creator to cast out all that hate us. So don't be cast out by default. We've been taught to hate ourselves because the true way of getting back is knowing and loving thyself.
And
And that's it.
Woo.
that was deep.
Yo, it
Gratitude,
felt
bro.
I want
it
Oh
felt
man.
like
I want
it
piggyback
felt
off
like
of that too.
Moses.
Hold up,
It
Baruch. I
Go
just
ahead,
want
go
to say
ahead, go ahead,
right.
go ahead.
He was just saying off of that because that's the truth. Because that once the ancestors been waiting on us to ascend and to find out who we really are, and that really, like I said, that really resonates with me because when you see them in the astral realm and everything, and I don't know if y'all see how I see it, but it's like I always see this like all of them just sitting around, just looking at us, and it's always just smiling and everything. So it's to me, it's just it's a way of them saying that we're just waiting for you to get in touch into who you are, and you can be and you can feel this higher power and everything that we have already.
Hey, bro,
Yeah,
Oh
I wrote
man.
that shit, Case Smith. I just wrote that shit like 30 minutes ago. After I left the mountains and shit, words kept popping in my head. Like some things I go to write down. I hate, I know this shit sounds spooky, but it won't let me. Because every time I try to write it, the words never come right. But lately, it's been allowing me to write what I've been hearing and shit. And to Warrior Empire, what he was talking about. Yeah, bro, I've been seeing those with the naked eye. And
Hmm.
bro.
I just ain't been saying shit. I keep it to myself because at the end of the day, what I see is what I see, but I see you see it too. And I've been seeing that shit with the naked eye, and that's what I mean. They at the door. All I keep hearing in my head is remember, know thyself, because it's always been in you, and prepare for battle.
Hey,
I've been
bro,
hearing
it's
that
Woo.
shit.
something.
I've been hearing that shit for like a month now.
Hey, bro,
Hey,
it sounds like Moses giving a speech before he split the sea. You know, and when I say split the sea, I'm being I'm not being direct because it's like it's something like we say it's like we yo man, hey, we need to say we getting ready to separate ourselves, man. The real shit is going down. Like it's like something gonna happen basically, bro. Like something big, man, is coming.
hey, look,
Something
look at this. Hey, where you was reading it, I kind of thought of, where like self-awareness or knowing what you want or fuck that, knowing what you need, like this gotta happen. You know what I mean? Where you gonna pay yourself spiritually or physically, money or whatever aspect you got your hands out for payment. You know what I mean? Where you gonna pay yourself. It's kind of like where you know yourself, man. It's you are somebody, and where you was reading it, I kind of thought like where they say somebody gonna pay, you know, and like
Mm-hmm.
like like
Yeah, they
like where
gotta
you
pay,
said,
bro.
yeah, you said that we were oppressed, like
We was
like
deliberately led astray.
deliberately, yes,
Yeah.
oppressed. So where we looking for our payment, we are to somebody that's gonna say endure the riches or get the treasure that you need, where you say somebody's gonna pay. It's like if you was going out for a killing or whatever, it's all, where no money will come from you just hurting somebody who didn't, tried to hurt you to death or, you know, watched you crawl
Mm-hmm.
and die. You know what I mean? So self-satisfaction, I think that's like you are to somebody that's self-satisfied, where you
Mm-hmm.
satisfy your own current need or your currency. It's
Yeah,
Definitely,
self-aware
bro.
where men,
I think I think you see when we said that somebody gotta pay, something gotta being done.
yeah.
I feel like it's the same reason why we speak about the consciousness. You know what I'm saying? We call it Christ or whatever. You know, and
Woo.
it's the same reason why I keep saying that is way bigger than than just like one group. Is overall.
Real
You know
talk.
what I'm saying?
Hey,
That we
I
gotta come
I'm
together
looking at it
and do
like
something.
that.
But you go
Look,
ahead.
like where can't no, it ain't a soul, not even your mama or daddy could tell you shit. You hear me? It's
Mm-hmm.
where
Yep.
you gonna go for what you. It's where it's like this nigga's a goner. Where you hear people say this person's a goner, it's like you don't have no head on your shoulders to listen to nobody that's gonna try to turn you away from the situation. You don't care if you die amongst what's about to happen, cause somebody gonna pay. You know what I mean? And
Mm-hmm.
this is I'm
Right.
just kind
Hey,
of pressing that
That's the
button on
thing,
let
though.
me
But
say
self-awareness.
something real quick
and
before y'all.
my
Hey, let me
guy,
say
that's
something
what
real
I'm
quick.
saying. But lately, you see, you have to know though. You can't make your brother pay though. Let me say something. Let's say you and your brother sleeping together, right? And y'all got the rent money in the room. You and him know that's the rent money and that's the only money y'all got. And y'all wake up in the morning, the money is not there because I don't slide in while your niggas was sleeping and stole that shit. You can't just wake up and start blaming your brother, and trying to beat him up, you know what I'm saying, because the money is missing. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to come get to the bottom of it and really find out like, yo, man, who
That's
who really
right.
stole the money because we both in the same situation. We can't
Hey,
say
let
we
me
can't just stay over and blame each other.
let me leave y'all with something before I jump down this shit. Cause mine's I did say something real. Like at the end of the day, even though your mom birthed you, and even though you and your sibling came out the same womb, it's still your experience. The loss can't lead the loss. And at the end of the day, even if they won lost, they know to let you find your own path because they wouldn't be lost. And that's why you always got parents trying to lead their kids down the path they think is right, but you got to let them walk their own path. But the thing is this right here: everything in this material world that we seek, everything that we do, is to keep our eyes forward and down, but never up. The TV, keep your eyes forward. The house,
Yep.
block your sight from looking up. The car, keep your eyes on the road. Your bike, keep your eyes on the road. You're walking, keep your eyes on the road. Your phone, keep your eyes from looking up.
Wow.
Everything is to stop you from looking up, because
The maze floor.
the mysteries is in the sky. They want you to look outside for everything, including the ancestors. The fact of the matter is, you are the ancestors. The ancestors in you. The ancestors survive because you are witnessing the physical experience now. So your kid is going to be the next ancestor. The ancestors in them. The ones before you, the ancestors was them. It's just that we've been looking outside for everything, including the ancestors. Everything.
Wow.
When the shit was already in us. And the thing that hold us back the most is material. That's not only the material shit, but also the people that you love. You
Hey,
Damn.
gotta
that's
learn
so
it.
real, bro.
You gotta let it
Damn.
go. And if you
Hey, hey,
don't let it go, you're gonna get hold back. And that's not to say, oh, go break up with your significant other. No, no. Just understand that connecting to yourself has to be something that you need to do by yourself. And these are the downloads that I've been getting lately, is that I have to walk this pipe by myself. That doesn't mean separate from nobody. But on this journey, this is one that's going to be by myself, because having someone else go along on your experience can drain your energy that you need to continue forth with your path. They need to have their energy on their own experience, and you have to have your energy on your own experience. That's why when Will say that, yeah, we know all the Hollywood shit, but when he said, I am responsible for my happiness and Jada is responsible for her happiness, and then once we both find our happiness, we come together. That was some of the realest shit I ever said. People just missed the
Can I?
message because
Can
of
I?
all the Hollywood shit surrounding it. But I have to admit that was true. But yeah, I'm gonna drop down, Raul, man. Shout out to y'all brothers. I'm gonna jump back up if y'all still going. I'm gonna charge this up
Yeah.
and jump in the chat
that
with the
was deep,
family and
bro.
shit.
Damn, that was
Gratitude, bro.
appreciate you,
Hey,
true.
Yo.
Shit.
hey, I was just gonna say, man, am I the only one? It's like I maneuver better through the city when I don't deal with the main streets. And
Mm-hmm.
like where you don't deal with the main streets, it's a lot more navigation to do, but I don't get lost in the back streets opposed to the main streets. Like everything, I'm just tapping on where you said they keep you looking at the ground and it's a little sign on the corner. They all look the same. You know, like sometimes I get lost on main streets, but I'm totally fine when I'm in the guts of the city or the neighborhood. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Shit be
Can
looking the
I say?
same when I get
Let,
on that
can I say
boulevard.
something?
That's like me. Every city I go to, bro, like I'm not the downtown type of person. I want to go where the people at. I go to the hoods, bro, like real shit, because that's where I'm comfortable at.
Yeah.
Those are my people. Those are the lost. We the flock. We just lost. And I'm
Can I?
trying to find my way back to the flock, the right way. I'm gonna drop down though, man. Salute to y'all, brother. I'm gonna jump
The
back up
lost and the found.
if everything's still going, I'm gonna jump back up. I'm gonna jump in the chat, let this charge up, man. Shout out to Monzai, Raul. Shout out to Kurt for letting me up here, man. Powerful Bill, man. Love y'all, brother.
100.
Shout out to everybody in the chat too, man. Much
All
love,
love.
man. Find y'allself. I'm finna go join this fire ass chat, man. Y'all keep going with it, bro.
Hey,
Appreciate
that
you.
Man, shout out to you, bro. 100. Um, I do want to
shit
say this,
butter.
right, about us being lonely. I think when we choose to be lonely, we don't put ourselves in the aspect of the creator, because if we're seeking to be the like the creator, I don't think the creator is lonely. I think the creator is happy, and is not, like I said, is not lonely. Because let me say this, right? I remember seeing my grandparents, right? My grandparents was happy with the kids, and they was not only happy with the kids, but they was happy with the animals around them. And it's like every time you see that they come to the house, not only the children, right, is coming around them, but you see the animals is coming around them also. You understand? So
Mm-hmm.
I felt like there is some type of love. There is something. You know what I'm saying? And connecting. You know what I'm saying, with others. But as far as us not paying attention to the sky, I think there is a reason for that. for what the brother is saying. But I don't think the ancestors is uh really have so much to do with this kind. I think the cosmos, or my higher self, just like the higher aspect of the ancestors, have something to do with it. Because just like if the ancestors was there, they would look up to the sky also. So I think just like the people in Haiti also look up to the sky. They look up to the sky for a reason, for seasons, like how to deal with agriculture and different things. But when it comes to the unseen, I don't think they really look up to the sky. I think they really deal with the unseen because they know how to connect with the unseen. Because the wind have a creation, just like the water have a creation, just like the earth have a creation. Everything has a creation. Even us, we have a creation. We have babies.
I'm
So
gonna
I don't
add to
think
what you
like
just
that.
said though, Rob, because at the same time, I don't think the ancestors necessarily. I think they're just more like the guides that aid us along our way. And then what you said, like you were saying, like the wind and everything has creations, but we have power to also control the wind and nature because nature does respond to our feelings and our, whatever we feeling what's going on. So I do believe that we have control over certain things.
I don't
Everything.
necessarily agree with that. I think we have power to connect with the wind. Just like if I connect with you and me and you we have an agreement, then you're gonna do what we speak about. You understand? But it's not that I'm controlling you, but it's the fact that we agree that's gonna happen. So I think it's like that with nature. When we're connected and we come to understand of nature, but I don't think we could just like you know, just do what we can do with nature, just the way we think we can. But you got it.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, I just believe that we have control over the rain, the winds, and whatnot. I mean, like I say, when you meditate and manifest, you can control anything. And then I say, nature always responds.
That's right. If you give yourself some time to read, or you'll be able to see all
You,
of it.
you let me say this. I think you can't control living things. You can only control things, dead things. Because if there is living things and there is dead things, you could control these things. But the air is not a dead thing. It's a living air or living water. Like is just like you. That's why you're having a hard time. You feel some type of way. People even had got the nerves to control you as if you don't exist. You understand? Imagine higher intelligence than us. That is a insult. You understand?
But
That's right.
I agree with that too. But then it's like I said, you also can control your situations too because once you manifest it, you can control the outcome of what things can happen. I mean, I can speak for
But
myself
you're right.
because I can speak
You're
for
right because
myself.
it's just if I'm not mean to cut you off. If it's your situation, remember you created that. Of course, you can control what you create.
Right.
But when you come outside of you, you can't. You didn't create the earth, or the wind, or the. That's why. Like
Yeah. I never said I created it. I just said that I know I can
now,
have
I'm speaking in
control.
aspect of me, not really so much about you. But
Right.
I'm just speaking in general. Like, of course, we can control. If I'm painting a picture, of course I can control like the narrative of it. But if I'm just looking at a picture, it's already what it is. You get what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So that's why I said that we have to understand things are the way they are. They're in order. So it, we do have power. It's not that we don't have no power, but we have to understand where we can use our power and where we can use like our neutral uh, side. You know what I'm saying? Or our higher side or our lower side. We can't just like I say, man, fuck it. It is like we just gonna mix it all together and then we're not getting nowhere.
Right. Right.
Hey, by the time they get it, it'll be too late, son. Like literally for that lifetime, it will be too late.
It's already too late for some already. Cause like I said, a lot of them that wasn't ready to understand the things that's going on now, and now it's just catching them by surprise, and now they want to be like, oh, but y'all, what can I do? But like, they ain't got the time to really help you no more. You weren't receptive to what we was telling you. It's over.
Yep. And
Yeah,
that's
why
hey, that's
why do you guys feel like it's too late? Because I look at it right on time. Let's say uh somebody come and kidnap my one of my good people, right? And I'm coming to save them, you know, and before they even have time to do anything, I'm already, you know what I'm saying, on point. I already know exactly what I'm doing. I'm already on it. They didn't even have time. So to them, they might look at it to be too late. But for my people, man, I'm right on time. Because the people that kidnapped them didn't even have time to do anything. So when we say that, man, it might be too late, we're not really talking about us because a lot of us is really tired of what's going on because we know the world is upside down. You know
Well,
what I'm saying? So
But I'm
go
but,
ahead.
but I'm saying, but what I'm basically saying though, Rob, is not it's the fact that it's too late for us that's already on this journey to go back and teach them because you can't go backwards. You got to keep going forward. So it's not too late for them to learn, but you have to they have to take the baby steps to learning on their own. So like only thing I'm just saying is that from where we are progressing to, it's too hard for us to just go reset and go all the way back to square one. You try to baby feed somebody that wasn't willing to learn it at the time that you was trying to teach them. So like I said, they have to do it on their own now. They have to take those baby steps to redo it.
But everybody is though.
that's right.
Everybody is doing it on their own. You know what I'm saying? But everybody is on time. Like it's just our time right now. Their time might already came or their time is coming. It's not the time yet. So it's not really too late for them. Because it's a cycle. Like when you're looking at a cycle that have a let's say I draw a circle, right? With 9 dots on it, right? And I spin it. You know what I'm saying? And every time it stop, it's not gonna stop on the same dot. You know what I'm saying? But eventually each dot gonna
That's
get
right.
stopped.
All right.
And look, that's a spinning arrow on that dial, like say where kind of like you got me thinking about that Wheel of Fortune wheel. But say the little dial they'll give you to the board games, you kind of thump it with your middle finger and watch it spin or whatever. It's like that's what they call arrows, but it's today's errors. This arrow,
Mm-hmm.
it kind of tell you where to go. Some of them are bent up, but it's not the bend in the arrow that's a problem. You know what I mean? It's about the shooter not knowing about this arrow where that you could break the arrows and all. You can either break them or you can literally send them. You can bend them. Some people can throw arrows around a corner on your ass. You know what I mean? They don't
Mm-hmm.
always gotta fly in a straight line if y'all know what I mean. So it's like the whole thing with these arrows today, they are errors. And we are being misled following these. It's the arrow where a confusion kind of sort of.
Mm-hmm. And that's
But
what I was and that's what I was saying, man. It's like you go back, you go back and try to help somebody that's trying to get to where you at. It does cause a lot of confusion and conflict because it's like you already set in stone for what you believe in and what you was already doing, and you got to go back to what
it
they believe
does.
and resetting your whole self all over. That's what I'm saying. It's like you gotta just let them. I guess it's some are just chosen and some are just not. But the ones who trying to get there, they just have to, like I said, they gotta take the baby steps to get to where we are at right now.
Facts. Hey, you just made me think I remember seeing speeding bullets in them cartoons where they literally stopped in midair,
Mm-hmm.
and tried to go back from where the chamber they was shot from. That's
Mm-hmm.
real talk. You can't if you flying, you gotta go on ahead and keep on
So what
flying, man.
I
Exactly.
felt like we all took baby steps in order to get where we at. We didn't just wake up one day and be like, damn, that's how shit is fucked up. You know, I felt like we
Right.
took baby steps. So that's why I said that everybody is literally on their own time. You know, let's say that I look at it like us, right? Right. I look at three. Let's say, let me take an example of three of us right on the panel. Let before like me and us, like before we come into the earth, like we was in the spiritual realm or wherever the fuck we was at, how you wanna look at it, right? We was there, right? And we like, hey man,
Mhm.
we coming on and we coming on earth, right? But listen, man, I'm gonna come first, and then I'm gonna start doing this and that, whatever the case may be. Then you will come, and then you will come or whatever you come. But listen, we're not gonna come to the same mother and the same father. You feel me? And we're not gonna come in the same state or the same country, whatever the case may be. So we plan, however, we wanna look at it, we wanna do it, but eventually we had a plan. But it's happening right now because me and you, right, all three of us, we talking right now. You know what I'm saying? And we talking about like how we gonna fulfill the plan that was already planned. You know what I'm saying?
Man, that's dope, man. You the dope man? No, I'm just playing. Hey, look at that, man. We're like we look at these arrows. I know y'all remember stories where say such and such came up to the crossroad and it was these arrows telling them to go this way and that way, which is all confusing. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? It's like that whole thing with the I don't know why I'm stressing this damn arrow so much, but it's like where you deal with this whole thing. It's like you know how we got these people they always putting their finger up talking about don't say this or don't snitch or you know the whole shush game with the media and all of they covering up of the eyes.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's kind of like these are the wicked ones pointing us to the total to damnation. You know what I mean? It's like where they tell like say us that's woke, those who claim woke,
Mhm.
where you if you won with Mother Nature, she'll tell you everything. You know what I mean? And this is like where you look at the propaganda in the media and all of that.
Mhm.
It's like where truth said you always looking forward or looking down. It's like this is the the wicked telling you or they telling Mother Earth not to tell you nothing. You know, they shushing her and all of that kind of shit. It's like where if you ain't looking at this TV, you will be able to read Mother Earth and where she tell you things, she
Mhm.
is the snitch. She's the snitch if only you can read. You know what I mean? She's gonna tell you everything going on here. You know
Yep.
what I mean?
That
So
is.
that's the stop snitching campaign, all of these false arrows.
Yeah,
Damn.
and trap you and get you trapped.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mama gonna tell you how to get out this trap. She
She
love
gonna,
you more than you know.
yep. She gonna always tell you that. Oh, don't trust this one. Don't trust that one. Oh, but go this way, baby. That's the right direction.
Oh no, they crazy as hell down that alley.
Yep.
Real talk.
Yep.
Like mama gonna tell you, and she's the snitch that's trying to, you know, blow the whistle for us.
Yep. Or how they say, you know, how you used to say, like, you got a fork in the middle of the road, so you either choose to go left or you choose to go right.
Ooh. And it's gonna pop your
Yeah,
tire. And
but
if they
what if you don't choose? What if you don't choose to
Then
go
you,
left or right?
then you
It's just
stuck in the
somewhere
middle.
there.
You
and
stuck
you gonna
somewhere in
get
the middle.
hit by something. You can't be in this road and not think you gotta move. This is you know, you gotta be able to maneuver like we gotta weave through traffic, you know, where she just got the weave on now, you know, and she a bob in your lap or whatever, but she don't know how to weave, he don't know how to weave through this traffic where if you go stagnant in it, you are roadkill. Cause ain't no sleepwalking in this road. We are
Nope.
all drivers. Nobody ever walked. We was taught to walk. Crawling was a form of driving, and so is this so-called walking. You are really smashing. Go ahead and step on a grape. You will see you smashing. You got to realize that you are a driver.
Yep.
Don't step on no nail. You're going to pop your tire. So
Exactly. Yep. Sure.
got a thumbtack in your foot. And that shit hurt.
Hell yeah. I'll step on the fucking nail.
Hey, real talking, you bet. Hey, the first thing on your mind is get out the street. You got to
Yep.
get out the way. You know what I
Yep.
mean? or the Lord gonna see you pancake, and it ain't good or bad. It's just you gonna get what you deserve out here, acting like you know, or thinking you can do all of that. You know, we gonna see. We gonna see if you was ready. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Said like your son play in the street all day. How he ain't flat yet? You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
He must know what he doing. You know what I'm saying? But some don't have the intel to be playing in the street.
Fuck
And
no.
it,
Someone had
huh?
it, they don't have that instinct to survive. That's what it is. It's an instinct to
Yeah.
survive.
I just peeped. Rosette dipped out.
Yeah. On his phone disconnected.
Yeah, hey, that's where I kind of think everybody who then met they doom, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like we all like my daddy, he got murdered before I came, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like where you let somebody get the upper hand, you let them take your life. Like you everybody's gonna be where they gonna be. Whether you let this person walk you into that room blindfolded, you let it happen. This is where everybody's gonna get what they deserve. And look, where people lose their life in this
Mm-hmm.
life we all living, a
Mm-hmm.
lot of people they jump on the casket, Kurt. They say, "Take me, Lord." You know what I mean? But if I could
Yep.
come up out that casket and give you the bullets that went in my chest, you wouldn't want that. You
Fuck
know what I
no.
mean? This was my dessert that left you deserted and you were without your son or your daughter. And this is where I had to eat. That's my food that so-called killed me. I can't give it to you. Everybody's gonna get what they deserve, and this is what dessert in the desert is.
Damn. That made sense because my cousin, she wrote before she died, she wrote a letter saying that how she was so grateful for everything everybody did and everybody told her and stuff like that. And then it was like about maybe a week or two later, her demise was like it took us all by shock, but it was the end of her journey and everything. So it's like she already knew it was coming to an end, even though she was just in her 20s, but still it was like
Wow.
she just knew her journey was done.
Damn, early 20s.
Well, like I'm gonna say like she about 28, 29.
Oh, okay, that's cool. That's still a literal baby.
Yep.
That's something to know, and you know what I mean?
And it was weird because
So
that just came to me.
really
That came to me today when I was just taking a walk. I was just taking a walk out, my little normal nature walk, and that just came to me. So it's like, I just started thinking about it, and then it was like I started putting some pieces to the puzzle that I didn't really know when I was so young, and when she passed, I didn't know. But now, all of it just came together now.
Hey, and that walk you took, you really drove, bro. You a driver, man.
Mm-hmm.
We all are. They hijacked us and they put us out of these bodies. Now we walking in them instead of
Right.
I mean,
knowing
I mean, I was gonna say when you really look at it, you're a hijacker, man. You hijack this body. You know, you're controlling this body and telling this body, "Hey, man, say this. Hey, go there, do this, eat this." You know,
Oh
so
man.
of course,
You-
because you're able to do that, of course, somebody else might be able to do the same thing too. You just gotta be able to, protect what you're, you know, associate with, just like you protect your family.
Yep.
man, that's ill, man. Give me 1 second. I gotta close this door.
Yep. Shit. That definitely makes sense though. Like you say, you just take you are the driver, you are the driver and everything. You just taking, like I said, most of the time we just all taking that tour around life and shit. Yep. And Rob, so we was talking about earlier. You had any experiences like that too?
Now I didn't really hear. I just build on what you were just saying, but I didn't really hear because I jumped up. I don't know what happened with my.
But before when we had got knocked off, we were just talking about. We were saying that when you on a journey, on this journey and whatnot, you got obstacles and something that you fall, you go through. So like when you come to that end, like mindset was using the saying, as your dessert or whatnot. You just knew that was the end of your road.
Facts. Hey, and look
Yeah,
at this,
yeah,
man. Where
yeah. I think
look.
we put ourselves in certain situations. Because I remember the first time I got locked up, right? Because I had I think a quarter or a zip of marijuana. That's when it wasn't legal. I had that in my car, and I got pulled over, and they smelled it right away. They put handcuff on me and then searched my car, whatever the case may be, and they found it. While I was in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, damn, bro, because as soon as they put handcuff on me, I start cursing this nigga out, you know what I'm saying? And then he over here like don't care, like he like, yeah, man, I got one, and doing his thing. And on my way like to the jail, I'm still like being mad, and until like I was in the cell, and I'm like, damn, like what the fuck did I do, like my nigga, like to fucking be in here, bro? Then where I realized, like, yo, bro, like I needed to be in there. You know what I'm saying? I put myself in there. Not only I had to wait, but yo, something something worse could have happened to me. You know what I'm saying? While I was out there, I could have been like doing something, and then you know what I'm saying? Like something worse happened instead of just me being here. And what as soon as I start like giving myself a reason why, you know what I'm saying? I put myself in there, bro, and I was about to go to sleep, bro. I just did. The guard just called me and like, yo, they bailed me out, and my bill was like $300, and I had that in my pocket. They
Mm-hmm.
just didn't want to take my money, and I didn't even make no call, but I didn't even call nobody, and my cousin just already know that, and this nigga he already bailed me out, bro. Before I even go to sleep, bro, I got bailed out.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Hey, look, this just a sidebar.
Uh-huh.
Hey, look at this, man. We was just talking about the hijacking thing, right?
Yep.
So, hey, man, I'm growing up in, or I'm residing in these slums where I deal with a whole bunch of so-called, you know, hood niggas, young bucks. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like every other light I pull up to is somebody, some young cat I know that be like, "Oh man, you slipping." They had a gun in the car and shit. They be talking about, "Boy, if you was against me, I could have zapped you." They always doing this kind of shit, man. I was in the store one day, and this was here recently, man. It remind me of old dog when he walked up on Kane. Kane
Uh-huh.
was checking his dubs, checking his Daytons,
Yep.
and he was like, "Give up the car, nigga." Like, and Kane looked at him like, "Motherfucker, man, quit playing." Like, know what I mean? Man, I swear to God, it was a long line. I was in a small corner store, y'all, and I looked up a friend of mine I knew. He just came out the fucking blue. He scared everybody. He spooked me. Like he put his knuckle up in the back of my rib, like nigga, give it up. Like, know what I mean? I'm embarrassed in front of everybody in the store, like, man, and I'm ready to smack the shit out of him. Like, man, quit playing like that. Like, you show your whole mind state and what you about doing this kind of bullshit. Like, you didn't
Mm-hmm.
embarrass me in front of all these people in this store. And I don't move like, you know what I mean, like a young, stupid motherfucker no more. Like, I didn't change, man, where you didn't. You know what I mean? It's
Yep.
like all of that, this hijacking shit, man, it's just out of hand. And I'm just sick of these niggas, man.
Facts.
They done gave me the corona, man. I'm sick of
Facts. Hey, we got my nigga John Horst on the panel. What's going on, fam?
Oh
it.
shit.
Salute to
How
the
are
boy.
Grand Rising everybody? How y'all doing relative?
All right.
We
Peace and
super
much
with you.
love to you, guys.
You can go ahead and chime in on the
You can hear me?
conversation. Yeah, we can hear you.
I mean, shit, I agree with them. It seemed like amongst the little folk, man, it seem like that's most no conversation. It's be talking about guns and bodies, and you know what I'm saying. It's kind of weird and it's awkward, and it make you feel out of place yourself when you call yourself trying to better yourself. So, I mean, I gotta agree with the brother on that, man. It is weird. It's too much hijacking going on. I mean, and it seems like the more we come out and talk, you know what I'm saying, the more the hijacking increases. You know what I'm saying? They do more ignorant.
Woo!
You know what I'm saying? More ignorant shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Ignoring us.
Yeah,
Look,
yeah.
you told
But it let me know they hear us. let me know they
I
is.
don't, the thing about it though, the thing about it, I don't know if it's too much hijacking or if it's not enough protection because I don't look at hijack as a bad thing. That's why I look at it. I use myself as how I hijack this body into in order to get into this realm or this world. You got what I'm saying? So that's not like bad thing because I wanted to have this experience. But the thing about it
Uh-huh.
is that it's not enough protection. I didn't learn enough how to protect. You know what I'm saying? This body for me to have my experience.
Oh, hey, look, John. Where you just said, like it intensifies say the buffoonery. It intensifies even after they hear us speak the real that'll spark them for change. It's like I just thought of that song they was singing on The Color Purple. Remember they said the Lord trying to tell you something. Y'all remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Look, it's where the Lord is abundance.
Right,
The Lord is abundance. You're gonna be
right.
you're gonna get everything you ask from him, woman or man, animal or plant. It's where you gonna get what you asking for, and the Lord's gonna give it to you in abundance. Where we tell the young
Yep.
ignorant ones, we'll tell them, hey man, you don't need all them chains on your neck, or
Mhm.
tell them you don't need that one chain. He'll surpass the one chain and put on five of them mugs.
Bro,
It's
why you need 12 cars?
Yeah, and the Lord will give you all of that you want, but you can't act like it's other people that ain't got those five chains. So if you get scratched to death by one of these following demons who want one of those chains, you know what I mean? Then
Mhm.
you didn't got what you deserve. It's like the ignorant will,
But
if
you,
it
you you know what's beautiful? I just wanted to say, look,
go ahead, you
what,
got it.
Oh, he must
Oh
have got
man,
knocked off.
so
Oh shit, he dropped.
Yeah,
he's gonna come back.
I kind of feel like that where people become obese, the Lord is gonna feed you. You have the same mind that the Lord has, where this is all being grown from the source. And it's like if you choose to just gorge on this, it's where how you see people where they don't look too fit or whatever. Like this shows us what stupid look like. You ain't gotta call them stupid. It shows with their presence where people are out of shape, where they show you they don't speak, too fluid or it's just
And
everything that's unbalanced with them is where they look stupid. Like pull up your
I I'm
pants.
glad I'm glad you said that they were stupid because when you said Lord, I was just about to say, man, don't you guys think that when you say Lord, it sounds like you say Lord?
Lord your pants. Look, you got a whole bunch of gay lords. It's all kind of lords out here, but some
yep,
of them trying to feed you literal poison.
yep.
Yeah, man, that's the Lord is the lowest self, man. You know
but you,
that's why.
I was gonna say,
Good, we got it.
but you,
You probably
They
one
can't
of
breaking
hear
up.
y'all
you.
was talking about y'all was basically talking about the DNA, you know what I'm saying, and our ancestral history, you know what I'm saying? I mean, what I starting to understand it's always both sides to a spectrum. There's a good and there's a is a bad. I mean, but you know what I'm saying, it's all behind intentions. But what I I say that to say this is like just with everything bad going on and us trying to point it out as, let's say, truthers or you know what I'm saying, one of the people, you know what I'm saying, it tends to, you know what I'm saying, that universal aspect tends to fix itself, you know what I'm saying, and it kind of weeds out itself. So I look at it like more like we should be preserving energy, you know what I'm saying, You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
saying?
that's
For the afterwards, because a lot of this stuff it's exposing itself. You know what I'm saying? And I don't feel like that we have to teach. I feel like we should lead by example.
damn. You muted, bro. You hit the mute button by accident. I don't know.
Yeah,
Hey, that was so deep where you just said that, man. That's true, because you will look insane and you will look like a mad devil trying to, literally wake everybody up. You will look like you are in a state of shock or living in a nightmare. So you do
Yeah,
have to, you got
that's
to
that's
let
what
them see
happened.
like you did.
I feel like that's what happened to the creator. The creator was in darkness. That's why the creator said, "Let there be light." You know, I feel like the creator was seeking understanding. You know, and to even to this day, that's what we're doing. We're trying to get clarity, clarification, understanding. Remember, uh, all of that.
That's right. Say you have the very same chance to become what our creator is, where it'll be so hard to fathom the existence and the how, with this energy and all. But just imagine if you got your chance to become your own creator of something that's like this. You know what I mean? It is it's like we graduate every day, we learn every day.
yep.
Yeah, this is why I said that is to choose to be lonely is kind of taken away from yourself. It's not seeing yourself as the creator. Because the creator is not lonely. The
Hey,
creator.
and look, that's why I said that earlier, when Truth was on, because like those who feel like they alone, I kind of think that's like the key to time telling you that you still young, you still deserve a crowd. You know what I mean? Like where you get to a state of say elderly state. This is where you in the you don't want to hear nothing too loud. You don't want nobody popping no balloons or playing no radio all stupid loud. You want to be where you can be on a vibration that's settled or steady. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Of course, because that's where you at right now.
And
But
you
the
do
thing
want to be
about it,
alone
the thing about it,
as an
you don't
elder.
have to do it alone. You don't have to do it by yourself because there is other aspect. There is other you that's seeking for the same or that's trying to get
I
the
I,
same.
I
It, it
feel
just
them because
it's just like you,
I
right? That's
feel
why I
them.
keep saying that you as a body have different parts that make up you and all that work as a union. You know what I'm saying? So
That's right, bro.
I don't know. Yeah. All right.
That makes sense.
Hey, you dope, man.
That made a lot of sense.
Hey, we all dope though.
Yep.
I'm telling you, like where we trying to expose the so-called luminaries and all of that shit. If we do it without self-control, we will seem like the very devil we trying to wake people up to. You know what I'm saying? We gotta let the light show itself to those in the darkness so they can wake up and we will be like, say, ocean water. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? It all flow together. We'll be one force. Right now, we are being forced. We are being forced to wake up. But once we wake up, we will be the force.
We become the demons to them because it can't figure it out.
Yeah,
Real talk.
it's because to me it's imagine your left arm replace your right arm. You know what I'm saying? It would be backward as hell. And this is why I kept saying that as far as the earth is a dual, it's a quadruple, right? As above, so below, as within, so without. But the plane level is a dual aspect. We're not looking at the above and the below because we know we're dealing with the lower and the higher when it comes to that. But as far as the plane, we know is within and without. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I said that imagine your left arm replace your right arm. It would be backward as hell. You know what I'm saying?
Yep,
So
you would need a person literally on the side of you, to operate that backwards shit.
that's
Excuse
exactly
my
what's happening.
language.
And it's being told to us in our face. I don't know why we don't know. It's telling both sides that hey man, there is a crossover that happened. You know what I'm saying? Or there is an invasion that happened. So where the fuck, man? Where the fuck they come from? Who the fuck are they?
Yep. Hey, the woke people always got something in their damn eyes. We always trying to tell you what's in our eyes. Remember, Grandma used to blow it out.
Yep.
Blow that whatever was in your eye. Yeah, we ain't talking about that though. We got the. It's like, look, where you
Who you
wake up
talking about?
early.
Who you talking
Look, early is
about?
earthly, and every time you open up them eyes early, you are the earth. Go ahead, John. You got it.
Yeah, you got the thing about when we speak about the earth, uh, we uh we gotta understand which part we're talking about. Like if let's say I'm talking about my hand, I gotta be specific. You know, if I'm talking, let's say I was talking about like my handwriting. You know, I gotta be specific. Are you left-handed or right-handed? Well, let's say I was a basketball player. You know, so with left hand or right hand, or a soccer player, left foot or right foot. So it's not much about the 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 earth. You know what I'm saying? Which side of the earth?
Hmm.
Oh man, I got something I'm about to scratch on the paper for us.
Uh-oh.
It's a theory too. I'm trying to see this. Go ahead, y'all. I'm listening though.
Yeah, what you were saying,
Yeah,
Rob? What?
yeah. Now I was saying that cause I look at like I said I keep saying I look at the earth or the universe as like just like the torus field or a quadruplet, they have four sides to it. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Up, down, left, right. So if when we're talking about the earth, we're not talking about or talking about us. You know what I'm saying? Which side are we talking about? Are we talking about left or right, or we kind of being bamboozled, to think about to look at it as uh oh yeah, it's just one thing. It is just one thing, but it's more detailed. It's deeper than that. What I'm it is you know what I'm saying? So that's
Right.
I
why
figure deal you.
people we
Right.
felt like, hey man, they're not doing right to us because we're not that type of people, man. That's not us. That's not what we do.
Definitely.
I'm about to put this on the camera in 1 second. But before I even do it, I'm about to start talking with it. Um,
All right.
hey, just looking at it from this point of view, it's like where I just said that you know where you can tie earthly, the word earthly to early,
Hmm.
and we all know that we open these eyes up. Y'all can finish what I'm gonna say early. We
Hmm.
we open them up earthly. You know what I mean? And look, where you open them up, if you can find the scenery, you will see a horizon. You will see a straight line, and it's like say the light in the sky is just the light that's always the shiny reflection that's always on your eyeballs.
Hmm.
Say that's the sun, right? Now when it comes up over the horizon, it seems like it's rising, but just imagine that being where it's cycling around, it's coming towards you. You know what I mean? It looked like it's coming towards you as if it was rising like an arch, a rainbow. You know what I mean? But like say you when you get to high noon, but before high noon, you got the early morning, and it's that flat horizon line where you would see that orange sun, you would see that pink, purple, you would see all of them colors that's real dark and dim. Like the colors be concentrated is the concentrated paint on your board, like where you got separate colors and all of that.
Hmm.
But when you get to high noon, it's like say that the sun is the shine that's on your eyeball, right?
Yep.
But my
Now
guys, not to
look,
cut you off, you speak about the straight line. Not to forget, it's not really a straight line. It's a
yeah,
triangle.
yeah. This is
When
what
you're
I'm
looking
saying.
at
It
right,
looks like a
right.
straight line, like it's coming to you in a straight line, or like you know how they told us the sun rises and falls. It's like it goes straight up and straight down, but we know on a it's coming on a horizontal cycle that's coming your way. It's like
Yeah,
your sun, every single person, the sun is your sun. You know what I mean?
yeah.
It's like we all have it as one and we got it as individual ones.
Shooting
You
right
know what
at
I
it.
mean?
Yep.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
look, we're
the thing about it though, when I mentioned when I and you, I think you were right on point to. I think you're
I'm
right
with
on
you,
point
bro.
to when you said that it's coming, it's kind of like point towards you. And when I'm saying the same thing, when it kind of is like a triangle, we kind of pointing out the point part, the aspect where it's pointed at. It's kind of like
Yeah,
you
it's
pointing at
it's
somebody, and then your thumb pointing back at you, saying that man, you're guilty too. Shut the fuck up, whatever type shit. But the
hey,
thing what
hey,
I'm
that's
talking about, the thing what
hey,
I'm talking about
it
is
kind of carousels.
that's the judge right there. That's you
Mhm.
is you making a judgment. If you're making a judgment, you're making a judgment between two things. They say like our eyes, right? You see like you got two eyes, right? Well, you yourself got one eye, but you remember you use your mother and your father to come into this world. So you got their eyes also. You know what I'm saying? So your eyes is really
True
inside
that.
their eyes. You know what I'm saying? So when you
I
look
and
at
I.
man's eye, you vision everything as one as your father and the other one as your mother, and you're the one in the middle making the judgment. So
Hey
the
man,
earth
that's
is the
that's
same thing. The
Enjoy.
creator, you know what
hey.
I'm saying, and the what bad, y'all know where I'm going back.
Hey,
Go ahead.
would you agree with me? Now, I ain't trying to cement this on nobody's thoughts, but it's like we live inside of an eye where they tell you you are being watched. Where look, where the sun gets to high noon, this is where the eye is wide open and you got the clear vision, opposed to the one that's so-called when the sun is set or rising or dawn or whatever. It's like your eyelids where they open up early, you look at the horizon and it's like a big eyeball open or
Yeah, that's
awakening.
you. That's
Yeah,
you because that's you, right? That's really you because
yes,
the other because what you're looking at is what you use is what you is what is just projection. You know what I'm saying? That's like looking
yeah,
at your projection in reverse.
yeah. I'm kind of feeling it like, how the reflection of that light or that shimmer across your eyeballs or move across it, it'll distort and straighten back up when it get to a corner or a certain point of your eyeball, like the
Yeah,
light will hug the curve that your eyeball is. It's like that's what the sun do. Once you get to high noon, it's like the eye is wide open. You know what I mean? And it's looking
yeah,
straight down on you. And then when you go past high noon on to the nighttime, it's going to sleep again. It's like, you know what I mean? But we
yeah.
know it's
Look,
rolling around like the reflection or light on your eyeball.
Yep.
hey, man, it's just like you see, if you're looking at your screen right now, you see how
I'm
you see
looking.
how you in the middle. And then at the bottom you got super and John at the bottom. It's
All
from a
right.
triangle. You is like you will be the sun. That's exactly what we're trying to say. Is you. You know what I'm saying? Looking at it and projecting that way. John probably would be you looking at the sun. It's basically John is you, right? Looking at your true self, which is my eyes, and then the super would be the earth. Oh, you know what I'm saying? So it
Mhm.
in up and totality is all you. You know what I'm saying? That's why you looking at your
That's
arm,
real.
your feet, and your head. You're like, damn. All right, that's what
Mhm.
I see it.
Look, hey, it's like we looking through the zone, like you said, a eye inside of an eye. You know what I mean? I'm still sketching on this paper. I'm gonna show y'all what I'm
But
kind of seeing.
yeah, I just want to tell y'all, yep, my nigga super up on the panel. What's going on?
Yo, peace to all my G's. Powerful Bill. I just been tuning in. Y'all been dropping them bombs.
Salute to you,
Appreciate it,
Super.
bro.
And it's that same message that keep coming, that know thyself.
Mm-hmm.
Tell them, man. Tell them about us. You know what I mean? I'm with you.
Mhm.
Yep.
And that was some powerful stuff you had said, Monzot, when you was talking about the force. You know how the ocean it move as a force because it's a collective, and how we
Appreciate. Hey,
yeah.
you said that.
Oh yeah, most definitely. But that was powerful. Right?
Appreciate you, bro. Hey,
That's
I kind of
that's the power the world have. That's the power, not the world, the government. we tend to have over us is that they move as a unit, you know. But us, we don't really move as a unit. You know, when you look at the ocean, it all moves together. It's not repelling against each other. You know, it's a whole creation that got one mission. You know, when you're looking at the air, or everything. But for us, it seems that we're kind of confused, about the cycle, like how I'm saying we're just supposed to go with the punches.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
They show it's the false narrative is very real, but it's only real because it's stealing from the real. The lie can't exist without the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yep.
I think that's what balance it out. I don't think it's necessary steal from it. I think necessary balance it out because we gotta cancel the cause of probability. You know,
Mm-hmm.
so if it's possible, it gotta happen. So to cancel that out, so we balance it out. But I don't think that's necessarily stealing or taking away from it. That's why a lot of time I said that the darkness. We know that the darkness is the light, and we know the light is the darkness. But we know one reflect the other. So if we're not seeking for the reflection, we're just seeking for more of what we are projecting. You know, then we don't just need to become more of that. Because the more that we become is the greater of some what is the greater of the other that's projecting from us. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
So,
sir.
so every time, let's say you are a being that's seeking light, right? And then when you realize you say that damn light come from dark, so I need to seek darkness. Then now you become a dark being. You get what I'm saying? Because you start removing like all the not removing, but you just kind of like flip it or you switch direction. It's like you was
Facts.
going
Look,
left and then you start
That
going
makes
right.
sense.
I think you just become the nightlight. Like say the moon. I don't look at them as separate. They are one. You know what I mean? And it's like where you go. Like say the sun flips over your head, take you through high noon into the nighttime. The flip is the night. The night light where you look up and see the moon. You know what I mean? It's
Mm-hmm.
like I can't even say like how the sky will be rolling around this ball, but it's like, and this is just my perspective. I feel like we are living in one of the eyes of the creator inside of a crystal dome. You know
That's
what I
what I
mean?
keep
Like,
saying, bro. That's why I keep saying. That's why I keep saying that the Earth is a dual on a plane level. You know, and I keep using the torus field because when you look at the torus field, the center kind of divide two sides. It's really four sides. It divide the up and down, but it also divide the left and the right. You know what I'm saying? Is so I'm kind of put that light being the nose, or being the center, or the nose that dividing the two eyes. So that's why when I said that when we're talking about the Earth. Which side are we talking about? Because it's really the whole face, but we is more than that. It's deeper than that. It's we right now we being specific about an eye. I'm here about one eye. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yep. It's
Damn,
so deep, man. I appreciate y'all.
Rob dropping some jewels.
I mean it, man. That was, bro. Look. I'm about to show y'all, man. I ain't even halfway with the sketch or whatever. But
Mm-hmm.
like, say we
I was
live
like, can
in
I
the.
ask a question though?
Go ahead, fam.
Why? I mean, the kumbaya thing, man, with the white people, man. Why are we when we go researching for history? Why are a lot of people trying to include those people? You know what I'm saying? I mean, just my thoughts.
Oh man, I can respond to that.
Oh shit! You go ahead, man.
Go ahead, you got it, Kurt. Go ahead, bro. I'll come in next.
I mean, like my opinion is on some. I just think that when we try to do our own history, and sometimes they feel like they have to be a part of it too. But it's like when they do theirs, they try to they don't want us involved at all into it. But I think it's more so that by us having a history of having and done everything, it feels they makes them feel left out. That they just have to always try to put their nose into our business of everything that we're trying to build or try to establish and stuff like that. So I mean that's just my opinion on that. But I mean from what I always witness and see, because like you can have a group of us that's trying to we just like at work or whatever, we sitting around gathered up, we trying to build each other up and things like that. But you will always have somebody white come over there and they'll tell you, "Oh, y'all need to get back to work" or stuff like that. So it's like they just feel like they got to be a part of it. If they didn't do it, then they feel left out. So they got to be a part of everything.
But I said that to say this. It's like this underlying thing, man. Like I went to Orlando and you know what I'm saying, the lady felt just because she was in the wrong, she was dead in the wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
She said we were smoking in the room, we weren't smoking in the room, but long story short, you know what I'm saying, she came at me. I don't like nobody calling me no liar. You know what I'm saying? So she messed up right then and there. But she felt I was getting aggressive, you know what I'm saying, with my tone of voice and everything. I just feel like why does the world feel like they control us so much?
Because it's like they fear us. They fear the energy.
Agitation.
Yeah, they know who we are. So that's why they feel like if you yelling amongst each other, we already, we don't feel no type of way. But like if you yelling at them, that puts that fear into their body. Because it's like, you done something, you done treated us wrong for so long and stuff like that. And we come, and our projection of our voice is going to come at a way that we're frustrated with you for trying to control us and tell us what to do.
I mean,
That's
I
right.
I
Let,
totally
let me say,
agree
let me
with
say,
you.
let me
But
say
my whole
something.
thing is, why do they take the phone? You sit up here and talk about Black Lives Matter and all this other stuff, but when that's truly up under your skin, so how can we address the true problem? You know what I'm saying? When everybody still want to cover it up. I mean, I feel like I get the attitude from these so-called protesters that okay, we addressing y'all problems or y'all so-called problems. Get y'all shit together and know what I'm saying? So we don't want to hear y'all complain no more. I feel like it's gonna be even harder after everything that's going on. I feel like it's gonna be even harder to, you know what I'm saying, talk about you know what I'm saying, what's right. You know what I'm saying? And they still don't, you know what I'm saying? Nobody wants to address it. Everybody wants to just put a band-aid over it.
Yeah,
Hey,
but that's the agenda though. Listen though, if if I steal your shit, right, and I don't want you to know about it, you know what I'm saying? So anything I basically any and you don't know that you don't know that I don't want you. I took it and I don't want you to know that. You know what I'm saying? And you over here trying to ask, bro. If I'm helping you looking for it, obviously I'm not trying to get give you your shit back. You know, because if I was trying to give you your shit back, I would just tell you, yo, bro, I got your shit, carry it. You know what I'm saying? So
yep.
you
So
see, like the government trying to play
I
dumb. They're
hell
trying
yeah,
to
I
make
feel
it look
exactly
like
what you're
they
saying.
don't know.
He, are you are you saying they doing it on purpose? You saying this is on
yeah,
purpose?
Yeah, I'm
agitation.
saying that
Look,
they doing it on purpose and they acting like they don't know what the fuck going on. You know what I'm saying? Because they realize that most of us we come
Oh
narcissism.
and
my God, how
they
wild.
mimic it, they mimic us, but they're trying to act like us, but we're
Mhm.
trying. You know what I'm saying? We understand it's bad or
Woo!
whatever, but we, you know what I'm saying?
Hey,
We're
and
trying.
look on the behalf of the so-called black race, where they tell you this is chestnut checkers. Keep your enemies close. You know what I mean? Like I got some motherfuckers who I can scratch the spine out they back if they had one. Like they'll never know because I'm the cool type nigga. You know what I'm saying? And that's how
Yeah,
I
the
want to
thing.
play it.
Yep.
Yeah, the thing
Keep
about
them
it though,
close.
if you take my shit, bro, and I come to talk to you, I'm not gonna ask you, do you have my shit, or can you give me my shit? You know, is it that yo, bro, I want my shit, or we gonna fight? If I really want my shit, that's what it is. You know, if I'm asking you, yo, do you got it, bro, or yo, can you
And
give me
that,
my
and
shit back?
bro,
So you
I
have
be
the
telling
power.
people that, man. That's why I tell them. I say, man, this ain't no kumbaya thing. This is not no kumbaya thing. You exactly right. right. You know what I'm saying? I tell them like just like you said,
Facts.
man. We can't ask for our shit back. They're not gonna give us our shit back. You know what I'm saying? The whole simple fact is like, bro, we gotta let them know we gotta stand on
Yeah,
our
you got
shit,
yeah.
man. It's just the whole simple fact, like,
We
bro, it's not no kumbaya. It's none of that stuff. Hey, if you with us, then you know what I'm saying, you with us. If you against us, then
That's
you know what I'm saying,
facts.
go do your own thing. But
And
you
you
know
will
what I'm
see
saying, we
who's
gonna
really
rock out
your
how we gonna rock out.
Yep, you will see who's really for you, no matter what race. You will see it on their face. It's where, and if you thought you seen it, shit off with your fucking head. You know what I mean? But it's like that. They keep us close to them, so vice versa. We got to do the same thing. Not on no sinister, but those who really want to be around you or need to be around you, they gonna give you their oath, and you gonna know who your sister and your brother, no matter what race.
that's why I said that. That's why I said it was already planned. That's why we here today. And I said that in the previous live before. The one we talking about is really us. You know, it's really us because the other ones, you know, they had to
Facts.
do what they doing. You know, it's us that's realizing that, hey man, something is wrong, something gotta be done. And until we do what needs to be done, it ain't gonna happen because the people that's doing it, they like I said, they're playing dumb. They act like they don't know it. You know what I'm saying? It's happening. They act like they're
Mm-hmm.
trying. You know what I'm saying, to fix it, bro. If you're trying to fix it, bro, just get rid of it, bro. Stop doing it. Like you take my shit, bro. Just give it back, bro. Don't stop trying to tell me you're trying to help me find it, bro. Like you know you're trying to get me more mad, bro. You understand what I'm saying? So it never mind, man.
That's deep. That's it, man. Like you on your toes. Like you want to know
I
why you
feel like
stand up.
people with like my bad.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we can't hear you, John.
It's called
Yeah, it is.
yeah. We can have it now, bro. Go ahead. We missed it, bro. We didn't have it. We got it now, though.
Yeah, John, you gotta repeat what you said. We couldn't hear you earlier.
Hey, bro, still waking up.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm just adding these little messy little pictures real quick.
But yeah, man, mind's eyes, man. You really mind's eyes, bro. You did, bro. You know, you did the way you see things, man. It's crazy. All of us,
I
man. We all
appreciate you,
did, man.
bro.
There's a reason why we all here, man. To to show each other, hey, man. Imagine, remember the Matrix? Imagine that when Neo woke up, or when Neo realized that he was in the Matrix and he woke up, and he see everybody was sleeping. Imagine that there was a couple brothers that woke up at the same time. They would have clicked together, and this was happening right now. Like, oh word, yo, bro, that's what you on? Alright, bro. I nigga, we alright, bro. So you know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? We getting
I
ready to
heard
go.
that.
We getting ready to go down. You know, y'all
Yep.
got it, man.
100% on that, bro.
Exactly.
It's like this whole thing.
Mic
Like
check,
I
mic check.
huh.
Yeah. I think John keep breaking in and out.
Mic check.
We can hear you.
You
Hey,
got
hey,
every
I,
time.
I
Every
was
time you
looking
say
at it
something.
like,
My bad. Can you hear me?
there you go, bro. There you go.
Yep.
Okay, now I was just basically saying, man, we gotta take we gotta kind of like we got kind of go backwards, man. What I mean by that is we gotta start trust. We gotta, you know what I'm saying, and give them like 90-day trial and let them show their true faces. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just
Yeah,
assuming
that's
stuff.
that's right because that's right because a lot of us
That's
we
right.
know it, we know it, we talk about it, but we don't do enough about it. It's like you know who's bullying you, and every time you just go home, you know what I'm saying, you just be like, man, this nigga think he going to bully me, but you don't do nothing about it. And then
Y'all
he
heard
goes
me?
he bully you, and then you go back home like, yeah, man, this nigga just ain't gonna do that forever, man. I'm gonna do something, or whatever the case may be, but you never really do it.
Yep, you
But
was clear.
if you never really do that, it's gonna keep happening because you know what I'm saying. You have to show him, hey, bro, all right, you crossing the line. You know what I'm saying? I don't think you get it right now because we're not seeing eye to eye. It's not level right now. You know what I'm saying? I don't want you to be under me, but I don't want to be over you right now. We just want it to be right there, and right now that's not what's happening. You know, we need to know that we own that. You know, but we think that is given to us, is a gift or is a white privilege or is whatever. We don't think that, man, that's our right, man. We own this bitch, man. We're supposed to be able to do that. You know what I'm saying? And because they, like I said, they indoctrinated us that thinking that these are privilege and gifts, and we let them controlling all these things. But we have to take control of the situation, you know, not the living things, you know, like they're trying to take control of the living things in us, but the situation that presented themselves in front of us. Because we are
Yep.
the one created them.
Yep. In my side, you said you had a drawing you had to show us. Mine's out. You still there?
I'm here, bro.
Oh, I was
I'm
saying you
here,
said
fam.
you had a drawing you had to show us. Oh, you already showed it.
Hey, hey, I'm here. I'm here right now with it.
Oh, all right, all right, all right.
Look, like say this was the earth,
Mm-hmm.
we'll be we'll be right there at that center point. Okay, love you, baby. All right, hold on, let me get that straight. Okay, like where you look at this, you know, you got the say the dome, and
Mm-hmm.
this is where if you can see this little yellow, that'll be the sun coming up, but we know it carousels like a horizontal cycle
Mm-hmm.
around your dome. I can't really explain that part, you know, how the sun moves like it does. And it seems like it's not doing all of that extra movement around you or over your head. But it's just like that. I didn't put the moon in there. But where you look at this, it's like we live inside of that eyeball. You know what I
Yeah, but
mean?
that's the thing. That's the thing, man. I think because you don't put the moon, it's gonna kind of take away of what we were saying at the end. Because I mean, maybe it might not because you might find a way to tie it into the two eyes. But I think that when you put the moon, it kind of and the center the center will be between the sun and the moon. You know what I'm saying?
No
But go
doubt.
ahead, you got it.
I feel you. I feel you. And that's where I look at it kind of on a note where the moon and sun, they won. They won in that sky. And it's like they shine on their own time and together. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? So that's where the sun leave you in that little shine off your eye leaves. That's where you got the moon. You know what I mean?
But
Vice
but
versa, day and night. Like,
don't you think the sun and the moon when you say they're one and the same, but do you think it's like they is you're right, they reflect each other like an hourglass, right? But
right?
and they spinning. It's like they in a straight, like let's say you take a hourglass, right? So just like just like you have that circle around the sun, right?
Okay.
Let's say you put the sun on one end and you put the moon on the other end, and then you spin that thing in a spiral. I think that's how the sun and the moon travel. Because other than that, why would we be able to see the sun and the moon at the same time if there was really one? Uh, when I say if there was really one and the same instead of one reflecting each other.
Yeah, yeah. How I'm saying it, I'm not saying it is one spear. They two separate spears that's one together, like your left
Right,
and right
exactly.
hand. You know what I mean? So
Right.
so it's that's kind of how I was looking at it, Rod.
Go
But
ahead.
like, look where you look at this in the center, it'll look like your. I made it look like your eyeball, like a pupil. And look, that'll be the center point. Like the same thing is happening at the top of your scalp, where it ripples out like that. You know what I mean? Say
Mm.
say everything. The nipples on your chest are symbolic of the ripple effect, but they are a lower face. That's your torso, where you can flex your chest and you will see a mean face inside of everybody's chest. The two nipples in the belly button is just like your two eyes in your mouth. You know what I mean? And where you will flex your left and right um arms, that'll create the ears on the side of that face. That's your chest. It's like you looking alive at the bulletproof soul, or the God body is looking at you. You know what I mean? And they
Yeah,
call that
but
flesh the devil.
in one way, right? In one way, I look at you see where you put the sun. When I'm more like to associate the sun with my father. Although I am my father, but that's a different aspect of me. My true self, you know what I'm saying, is really me right here. That's why me and my dad could be together. You know what I'm saying? Because he's
Mm-hmm.
an aspect of me. So where you put the sun in the center, I wanted to put the what we call the North Pole. You know what I'm saying? Right there at the center, right there. And
I got you.
that's why I like to associate that with my third eyes. You know, on each side, the sun and the moon will be my dad and my mom. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said that my left eye and my right eye, I associate them with my dad and my mom. And my third eye, I associate that with my true self. That's why in the Bible, I felt like it said that we are the body is the temple of God because we are God. We live in the temple of God. You know what I'm saying? So we are the invisible one. You know what I'm saying? We are the one that seeking our true self. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's right. Look at this. I got this. I just put that like me myself. I take it in is that's the North Pole. You know what I mean? The B
Mm.
line at the center of your eye. You kind of you made me put it there without putting it there. I thought I had it there before you said something. You know, but
Right.
yeah, that's the 0 point. It's like you can see this ripple in how wood grow. You know where wood grain got that wave inside of the patterns that look like water where wood, how the wood look.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like water where you can see the energy inside the wood pallets, or you can see it in the wind blow over the grass. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You can see this whole setup. So it's kind of like that. The center point is like everything emitting from your, like, say if you could see this energy is going down your spine. It's like a radio wave, or imagine your spine having that wood grain look that wood has, but all energy, and you can't see it at all.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
that very
that's
thing
why.
that make you love wood.
Yeah, that's what I associate like that with the invisible one, the true self. But when we're talking about like most of the time when I'm talking about the earth, you see how that pole divided the picture into half. You know, I would like to associate one half of that picture to be where the meditated people supposed to be, and you know what I'm saying, supposed to be from. This one half, you know what I'm saying, belong to them that getting influenced by the lower and the highest side, either way. You know what I'm saying? And on the other
Right.
side, you know, you got what most of people will say European or white people. You know, just like we are a diverse people, I felt like they are a diverse people too. You know, a different type of
Yeah.
people. You know what I'm saying? Just like we have
Yep.
different type of black people or type. You know, it's like that for them. But I feel like somewhere down the line when they realize when they realize duality, you know, and they cross over, I feel like they hide the gateway. And I feel like that's why today we people can't really cross over the North Pole. But
Yep.
that's just me. So that's just my truth.
Oh man, it gets so deep, bro. It's like where you on the face of the earth, like that's like if you could get up on your baby's eyeballs or whoever you would be looking at, you would see your face in their eyeballs. It'll be your whole face through that clear film, like you would see through your face, and your face will lay right on that, say the iris where whoever got the brown eyes, the hazel eyes, the marble looking eyes. It's like you would see your face right in their eyeballs, and this is the face of the earth, man.
Yep.
Yeah,
If
You
why
know what I
why
mean?
do why do they have a history of 13 tribes, and why do we have a history of 12 tribes? Some of us say it's 13. You know what I'm saying? So
Woo!
it's the same thing, bro, that's happening simultaneously. You know, is that at one point in history, there is a realization that take place, and some had to be done because we didn't want it. Some people wanted to hide it. They wanted to hide it, basically. You know.
I just want to, I want to say something right quick though, family. And we had a good bill right now, but the homie Super, he about to start his channel, and he gonna be talking about the mask on and mask off, so we could continue on the bill over on his channel too. And I just want, like I said, I just want to thank everybody for just coming through, showing love. I mean, it was just wonderful. Another wonderful stream. I appreciate it.
Respect to you, bro. Super salutes, man.
Appreciate you, bro. That was a
So
classic, bro. Definitely a
yeah,
classic.
I think he put this on. I think he put the link in his channel, so everybody y'all could just you can hop on over to his channel, and we just gonna continue to build. But yeah, go ahead and see what you guys say, Soup.
Yeah. I went ahead and put the link in the chat, and then for y'all that's on the panel now, I put the link to the stream y'all right here in the back chat right here, so y'all could just go and hop on now if y'all want.
I'm with you. I'm with you, bro.
Mine's off.
Yeah,
Already. Good bill, good bill for real.
definitely.
The prequel.
It's more to come. Like I said, I appreciate everybody for showing love. The cash apps, everybody sent through. And I appreciate y'all. Love y'all, and I'm just loving all the
Right
building.
back at you, brother.
And I ain't gonna never stop. Like I said, y'all motivate me to keep going, and I'm gonna keep going.
Peace and much
We
love.
smashing, man.
Definitely.
Okay, man. I'm gonna see you next time you rise. Remember this: after you rise, you are the rose.
Facts.
And we moving on some delicate, tough shit, man. We got thorns and we, velvety. So let's do
Definitely.
this.
All right, family. Catch y'all on the next one.